Yeah, try to make a gargling noises. I don't know how else is gonna pick up since we are under the water and whatnot. Hold on. No, I'm not gonna get down low enough to be able to do that, unfortunately. But fortunately, we are here, and we are live on Saturday night. But hello there again, hello, happy Saturday night, wherever you are, whoever you are, whenever you are. It is I, the Professor of Pugilism, the Archduke of Old School, the Lord of the Soup, the man of the hour, the tower of power, too sweet to be sour, Poncho Smith here. Welcome in, welcome back, and welcome to Night 2 of PARANORMASIGHT, the Mermaid's Curse. So, quick thing I want to bring up, real quick, so, as I indicated that I might do, with this underwater gathering stuff with, Yuza, his diving expeditions, his, hand diving expeditions, I went ahead and sort of maxed out my abilities off screen, and let me just show you what that looks like, what we were able to do, real quick. A prefecture. Okay, so he's got all of his abilities maxed out: diving, swimming, gathering, searching, and we also were able to collect the big thing, the most important critter, the Issei lobster. One of Issei's signature products. This lobster is well known both as a luxury and a symbol of good fortune. It is especially prized for its rich, tender meat. Although harvestable in-game, the fishing season for the Issei lobsters only begins in October, and we're still in the summer. But one other thing I want to point out, just like the previous PARANORMASIGHT, we had the option, the little bonus quest, a little side quest, a little something the game threw in to see if you were paying attention to your surroundings. The mockingbirds. We picked up some in the previous game, and they are back here. They have returned here. Just goofy little bird stickers. So right here we have Booby Bravo. So he is a yellow-footed booby. And I believe once you play a certain chapter, they will tell you, give you an indication of where. I guess they do tell you where the bird is, the name of the chapter. Actually, let me check something real quick. Let's go back to the story chart. Something I want to do, underwater gathering, advice. Huh. Alright. So, let's go ahead and continue the story. We're going into a flashback with, Yumeko and her companion. We spoke a little bit last night, or spoke the last time we streamed this, back on Thursday. We were in the middle of some investigating. We found a quote-unquote mermaid corpse, but we were able to identify that corpse with the assistance of, Soto here. So let's go ahead and see, what this recollection bit is all about. Date unknown, August 1980 X, morning, Toba City, Ejika Town.
Welcome, ma'am. I've been waiting for you. The site where the bones were found is a little ways offshore from this beach. You went ahead and started the investigation, I see. Thanks for that. Not at all. You clearing everything with local police meant all I had to do was arrive and inspect the remains myself. To get straight to the point, there is no doubt, signs of a curse are clearly evident. The skeletal remains are tied to a supernatural incident. Seems I was right to trust my intuition on this one. Alright then, let me hear the full report. Understood.
Okay, surroundings. This is the town of Ichika in Toba City. The area is a historic place known for its atomic divers.
Oh, I know it well. It's also famous as the filming location of one of Japan's most well-known monster films. I wouldn't know about that myself, ma'am, but you seem unusually well-versed in that area. Those old tokutatsu films are the best. You should watch some for yourself, Soda. As you wish. I'll look into it.
Okay. Ijika Town. Ijika Town is a fishing settlement located within Toba City on the eastern tip of the Shima Peninsula. The area takes its name from Ijikajima. Yes, that's how I'm reading it. Ijikajima, an island offshore of the region. It is said that the hollow in the center of the island was so reflective as to resemble a mirror, leading to Yamatohime no Mikoto giving it its current name, which is written on the characters for stone and mirror. The Ria's coastline is a particularly beautiful sight and is well known as a spot to watch the sunrise. It is also notable as the filming location of the first entry of Japan's most famous monster film series, and sees many visits from fans as a result. Okay, and we are going down to Toba City, a city located on the northernmost tip of the Shima Peninsula, adjacent to Ise City and Shima City. Along with the city itself, its administrative area also encompasses 4 populated islands. The combined area of modern Toba City and Shima City was formerly known as Shima Province. Its coastline features one of Japan's most notable Ria coasts, and is renowned not only for its marine industries, but also for its popularity as a tourist destination. Having originally sprung up as a castle town on the Toba domain, the years following the Meiji era saw Toba flourish as the center of the Shima region. With an abundance of marine products available in its waters, it is also famous for being home to the highest number of active ama divers in Japan. There are many guest houses run by ama divers and fishermen along the shore, providing visitors to the area with the opportunity to enjoy fresh seafood. Anywhere else we could poke around? We find a sticker. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have any, right? Well, there might be. Maybe some up here. Look up and around. Okay, now we're just twirling over. Just twirling over. Talk about the skeletal remains.
To begin, shall we review the details of the case? Is that really necessary? Summarizing may help us notice something we missed. Not a day goes past that I don't admire your diligence, Soto. My thanks. I'll strive to be brief. A few days ago, a fisherman off the coast here hauled up a long rod-like object. It resembled a human bone, so I notified the police. That was about 10 days ago. So I fished it up completely by chance. Following that, the police conducted an underwater investigation of the surrounding area. They discovered multiple skeletal remains in a fissure beneath the rocks. All the remains were already severely deteriorated, with each being several years to several decades old. As a result, forensics struggled to identify the victims. There was just too little to go on. Only fragments of the skulls remained, so facial reconstruction was apparently not possible. Hardly surprising in such a state. Still, with your ability, we hardly need facial reconstruction, do we? Indeed. I'll report my discoveries shortly. You know, one possibility comes to mind. Will you humor me? Please, go ahead. I wonder if those skeletal remains could be the victims of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster from 5 years ago. Regrettably, that is not the case. Oh, darn it. Please don't sound so defeated. Forensics confirmed the 5 bodies in total, but they said that each had decomposed over a different length of time. Oh, meaning they all didn't die at the same time. Correct. The most recent appears to date back 6 years. The others go back some 10 years before that, another 10, and another 10, and so on. So, roughly 1 body every 10 years. Indeed. I imagine any older remains may have simply decayed entirely. Which means someone's been using that fissure as a place to dump corpses for decades? Surrounded by rock and with minimal currents in the area, it's unlikely they drifted there naturally. Had the bone not been fished up by chance, we'd have never known. In other words, it was an ideal site for quietly disposing of bodies. So this was no accident. Someone did this. I imagine quite some resentment must have piled up over the years. Indeed, but I've already cleansed the lingering resentment in the area. Leaving such resentment to fester could lead to a curse manifesting, after all. Efficient as always. My thanks. A diligent and earnest young man, his mentor, my husband, has nothing but praise for his skills, so he has my complete trust. I know I shouldn't rely on him too much, but he's so good at noticing the finer details that I often find myself doing so.
Okay. Let's harp on the remains a little more. I imagine we'll be going over the state of the sea shortly.
There is one more point of concern that all the remains have in common. Go on. Each body bore a clean, precise cut, clearly severed.
Severed?
You're saying that they were sliced straight through the bone? Exactly. Each was sliced down through the bone, all with a clean cut as smooth as the last. Forensics noted that reproducing such uniform cuts would be extremely difficult. Even with industrial equipment, such precision would have been unachievable decades ago. One possible explanation is that a master swordsman wielding a razor-sharp katana cleaved each of them in a single stroke. Yes, well, that certainly would explain it. Well, warriors don't exactly run around with swords in this day and age. Which brings us to the possibility of a curse, I suppose. Correct. If the cuts were made by supernatural means, the rules change. And as it turns out, there were traces of a curse at each of the severed points. It was just a matter of time until we found one. Also, for the briefest moment, I glimpsed a curse echo that looked like a warrior in armor. A curse echo in armor?
Ooh, okay, he's looking pretty haggard.
Yes, judging from the crest on its armor and given our location, it appears to be a curse tied to the Hike. Right, the Hike. You are familiar with Hike, I assume. The Hike, I'm not too sure. The Hike were a branch of the Taira clan, a warrior family who rose to power at the end of the Heian period. From there, the base in Issei province, they expanded their influence, reaching great heights under Taira no Kiyomori. But in their pride, they were defeated by the Genji in what is now known as the Genpei War. Ah, yes, of course, I knew that. The tale of the Heike, preserved just now, preserved just how prosperous they were before they fell. Many who lived through the downfall carried deep regrets. The resentment is especially persistent. Many traces remain even today, and they can be quite meddlesome. Indeed, you hear all about it all over the place. I guess even by expert standards, it's quite the problem.
Okay, updates. Okay, the Heike. Alright, abbreviated genealogy of the Heike. You can read it there if you want to. The Heike were part of the Issei Taira clan, which was itself an Issei-based branch of the Taira clan, a prominent samurai family of the Heian period. Although the entire Issei Taira clan was greatly influential, Heike refers to the particularly prosperous lineage of Taira no Masamori, Taira no Tadamori, and Taira no Kiyomori. Alright. Known as one of the most prominent samurai families of the Heian period alongside the Minamoto clan, the Taira clan was originally based in the Kanto region. However, following the Taira no Masakado's uprising against the central government in the year 935, and its suppression at the hands of Tyranno Satomori, the latter's son Korehira moved to the Ise province, where he came to wield significant political power. This was the start of what would become known as the Ise Taira clan. 4 generations on from Korehira, Tyranno Masamori consolidated the family's influence in Ise. His successor, Tadamori, was granted permission to enter the imperial court in 1132, eventually attaining a rank equal to that of nobility. The distinguished military exploits of Tadamori's son, Tyranno Kiyomori, further led to Kiyomori's promotion to Daijo Daijin, Chancellor of the Realm, the highest possible governmental rank, in 1167. 1167, there you go, you damn children. In 1180, Kiyomori's daughter Noriko married into the imperial family, and her son ascended the throne as emperor, enabling the Heike to consolidate their monopoly on political authority. Thus, the Taira clan came to dominate the political landscape of the time. Such was their wealth and power that one member of the clan is said to have remarked that all those who did not belong to the Taira clan were considered to be people of no position. However, this golden age of the Taira clan did not last long. Their arrogant rule and dictatorial grasp on power led to many turning against the Taira clan, and the stirrings of rebellion soon came to a head, with several prominent figures joining forces in a bid to overthrow them. In the midst of the resulting years of warfare, Kiyomori died of illness in March 1181. Despite losing one of their key members, the Taira clan continued to struggle against their opponents, but to no avail. In 1185, they were finally defeated in the Battle of Dan no Ura, and many of its members, including Kiyomori's grandson, Emperor Antoku, who was still a child at the time, were lost beneath the waves of Dan no Ura, burdened with unfulfilled ambitions. It is said that the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword, one of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan, regarded since ancient times as a symbol of imperial authority, was also lost to the sea that day. Okay, and we've got some fancy artwork here. Okay, Yoshitora Utagawa in the Western Sea. The diving women encounter the Heike clan in the depths of the water. After their defeat, the surviving members of the Taira clan, now disgraced as fallen warriors, scattered across the country and lived out their days in hiding. Even to this day, legends of Taira clan survivors persist in various regions across Japan. Alrighty then.
What's more, the katana that Kurseko carried. I believe it may have been the famed blade Nukemaru. Nukemaru? Yes, a blade passed down through the Heike, once wielded by Tyranno Tadamori. I see. It would seem your love of swords has proven rather useful here. So, what you're saying is that the skeletal remains were cut and killed by the power of Tadamori's curse?
Okay.
I can't say that it was Tadamori himself, but I am confident it was a curse from someone within the Heike. At the very least, it offers an explanation for those mysteriously perfect cuts. But the body's being dumped every decade. Surely that can't be the curse too, can it? Correct. I imagine that part likely involves further intervention by someone else. So, this wasn't an accident by some spontaneous curse. There's a perpetrator out there. Indeed. However, I can't imagine any psychic with enough power to wield such a curse would dispose of bodies so poorly. My theory is that someone is using a cursed stone. They are killing through its curse, then discarding the bodies. A cursed stone? Think of it as a talisman that lets even those without spirit sense use the power of curses. They are created when intense resentment fuses with a suitable relic. That sounds dangerously convenient. There were a few incidents involving curse stones in Tokyo last year, actually.
Okay, they're referring to Honjo.
Oh, now that you mention it, it somewhat rings a bell.
Okay, let's see, What popped up? What popped up? Come on, come on. Go to file. Go to files. Okay, cursed stones. This is what we read about. Okay, this was a big story point in the previous game. A cursed stone, a type of curse tool that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, the items of any shape or size may be referred to as curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that must be fulfilled to use them, often based on the spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the influence of the Feast of Shadows, spell that heightens the potency of certain types of spiritual energy. Okay. Yeah, so for example, in the previous game, there were certain conditions that required, in order for a certain stone to be used, so certain things had to happen, like, say, for example, you wanted to set somebody on fire. You had the power to set somebody on fire, but there needed to be, like, a flame that was lit somewhere in the vicinity. Or something along those lines, just as an example. Okay, possesses a stone imbued with the Hike's curse. They use it to kill someone roughly every decade, dumping the body into the sea. Yes, that aligns with the evidence. Thank you for the summary. We're still going here. Now then, about those skeletal remains. Were you able to use your Shagan, Shodo? Yes, I did. It only worked on the most recent body, though. The one from 6 years ago. By viewing the part of the remains, I was able to reconstruct a portrait sketch on how he looked when he was alive. Here is a copy. I've already provided one to the police as well. Impressive. That ability of yours remains quite the asset. Not always. There are times when the vision just doesn't come through. It's far from infallible. Besides, there are those who could not simply speak directly with the victim's spirit and ask who did it. Even so, none of these methods would hold up as admissible as evidence in court. I understand. That's how it goes with games like these sometimes. But I understand. But how you doing, Cappy? I hope you're having a pleasant Saturday night. But as a lead in our investigation, it's more than enough. Excellent work. Thank you. We had the police compare the sketch against missing people from 6 years ago. But no matches were found. Dawn would have made things much easier. Detective Ide is continuing the investigation. Oh, the detective with the local police. I've heard he's good, so let's hope he proves it. Alright, we will be in profiles. Let's see. Society. Wait. Okay, the skeletons. Toba seabed skeletons. Okay. A case in which multiple human skeletons were recovered from a deep fissure on the Toba seabed. The initial estimate indicated that at least 5 bodies had been disposed of there. The following information has not been made available to the public. Victims' identities unclear. All victims are male. Each body is thought to have been disposed of at different times. The most recent body dates to about 6 years ago. A facial sketch of this individual obtained using Sodo Kiryu's Shagan ability. The other remains show signs of gradual aging, with the oldest dating back more than 30 years. Although the presence of older remains has also been confirmed, they have completely decayed and it is impossible to tell how old they are. It is unlikely the bodies could have drifted into the fissure naturally, so it is thought that someone has been discarding them there every few years. Each skeleton shows sign of a clean, precise cut inflicted by a sharp blade. Traces of a curse were also detected from around the severed sections. The victims are also believed to have been killed by a curse wielded by someone connected to the Hike.
Now we're still talking about that. Say, Soto, that sketch of yours. Maybe we should show it to some of the locals. Good point. Someone might recognize them if they were around 6 years ago. If we can identify the victim, it could help us trace the one who used the curse. I guess we just can't leave things be now that we know there is a curse involved. Honestly, I'd rather not deal with it. There you go again. Are you sure that's something you should be saying out loud? Obviously not. I just want to get this over with and go home, that's all. Yes, we all know how much you love your home. Yeah, she wants to get out of these damn boondocks. You can see the sea from here all the way to Kamishima. Do you sense anything out there, Soto? Yes, I do. The waters south of Kamishima are saturated with the powerful presence of the curse of the raging waves. I can sense it even from this distance. That's how strong it is. Is that so? Looking out to sea, I can't see a thing. I just hope this means we made it in time. Even during the disaster 5 years ago, the energy was never this overwhelming. The seal was broken. There's no doubt about it. So it's already broken? That isn't good. The sea still seems calm, though. Does the storm not break out immediately? Yes, something seems to be holding it back for now. Oh, well, there's a silver lining there at least. Seems stable for the moment. We probably have 2 or 3 days of safety. Then we've got a bit of breathing room. Perhaps there's still something we can do. Alright. Not profiles, but files. Okay. Curse of the Raging Waves, a curse that causes an outbreak of turbulent waves and violent storms in the seas around Kamishima. It is said that the curse was born from the resentment of the former residents of Taishima, an island once located to the south of Kamishima after someone brought about its destruction. Some believe that several of the disasters that have struck Kamishima in the past were actually caused by this curse in some manner, including the Kamishima South Sea disaster that occurred 5 years ago. I guess. The person accused of bringing the curse to Kamishima was called the Raging Waves Curse Bearer and was shunned by the island's inhabitants. Oh, that's it? Okay. Not going to elaborate further just yet. Okay. State of the sea. State of the sea. I hope we can do something about the curse of the raging waves while it's still being held back. Yes, but despite all efforts, we still haven't found a way to lift the curse. We might have quite a struggle ahead of us. That's really the heart of the problem, isn't it? And we have no idea where your ancestors' keepsake is, either. I apologize on behalf of my family. Ma'am, behind you. Behind me? Oh, now what? Oh, who are... Oh, hey, lady. Who are you? Who's that? Just someone from town passing by? Oh, she bolted! Soto, after her! On it. Hey, stop! Let me go! I didn't do nothing wrong! Oh, she's Cockney. We've just decided. I didn't do nothing wrong! Okay, that's how we're going with. I've apprehended the suspect. Good work. Sorry for the rough handling. Mind helping us out a bit? What were you doing here? Why did you run? What? Don't get smart with me. You're the suspicious one, sneaking around and poking into things. You think folks won't be worried with shady types like you wandering through town? Oh, I see. Sorry if we gave you a scare. We're with the police, nothing shady here. You're with the police? Seriously? You heard about the skeletal remains found nearby, yes? That's what we're looking into. You don't look like police. Say, do you live around here? There's something I'd like you to take a quick look at. Do you recognize this face at all? We believe he may have been around here about 6 years ago. Huh? No, don't know him. I see. Then could you point us in the direction of someone who might know about people coming and going in this town? No idea. Ask whoever you want. Can I go now? I got nothing to do with this. I don't know a thing. Alright, sorry for holding you up.
Oh, she's got the different colored eyes. She's got the heterophobia. Heterochromia. That, whatever that's called.
What a peculiar woman. It was like her mind was somewhere else entirely. Well, either way, we should talk to more people in town. Agreed. Also, could you ask around and find out who that woman is? Of course.
Several hours later.
Ma'am, I've learned a few things. Excellent, let's hear it.
Okay,
Okay. The port town and town center are down that way, so this area is technically the outskirts. It's a quiet town, so a stranger loitering here would definitely attract attention. That's a good point.
Okay. Found one. Mockingbird number 13 discovered. Okay, which birdie is this? Okay, Maverick Manny. Yeah, they're all dressed like Japanese hooligans. I can't shove it in my pocket, it looks like.
Okay, he didn't so much as flinch at the thought of a tedious door-to-door investigation. Not to mention he's good at it. Having him here is a huge help.
Got the portrait sketch.
I showed the sketch of the victim to several townsfolk. However, it would seem that no one here recognized him at all. Unfortunate. I suppose chances are he wasn't from this area to begin with. I guess we'll have to place our hopes on Detective E-Day, then. You don't suppose we might be working with a bad sketch here? You needn't worry about that. I'm confident in the likeness. It should be a near-perfect match. All right, I'm sure it's close. Sorry for doubting you.
Yeah, the man takes pride in his work.
We also asked around about the woman we encountered earlier. Apparently, she isn't originally from this town. Oh, is that so? Indeed. Apparently, she wandered into town about 5 years ago. She's been living alone in a cheap rental apartment on the outskirts of town ever since. When she first arrived, she had nothing but an old wooden box, which she was clutching with it as if it were very dear to her. Nothing but an old wooden box? Supposedly, she used to work as an armor diver around when she first moved here. She'd occasionally go diving for fish. But these days, she keeps to herself, and no one ever sees her diving anymore. No one really knows how she supports herself, and many of the islanders find her unsettling. Perhaps she fled from something and moved her life here. That was suggested, yes, but she's never spoken about her past, so no one knows for sure. Although, according to her landlord, she's never been late on rent. And she's never caused any problems, either. Still, it seems odd she'd get so worked up about strangers coming to town. Doesn't seem like she's in any position to be worrying about that. You think she might be hiding something? It's possible. Her attitude changed the moment we said we were with the police. Perhaps she was keeping watch over the coast where the bodies were dumped, waiting to see if someone showed up. Right. I mean, the most recent body is from 6 years ago, and she arrived in town 5 years back. The timing is rather suspicious when you look at it like that. You'd best keep an eye on her. Agreed. Were you able to get her name? Apparently, her last name is Somekawa, but I didn't manage to get her first name. Somekawa? Why does that name sound so familiar? You've heard it before? I think so, but I can't quite remember where. But I'm a woman who cast off her past a long time ago. I guess I shouldn't let it bother me. Not this again. Let's leave any time-consuming background checks to Detective Ide. Very well, I'll inform him. Let's see, Somekawa, a woman living in Toba. She occasionally does work as an ama diver. It is unclear who she is and where she came from. She apparently showed up in Toba about 5 years ago with nothing but a grubby wooden box to her name and has been living here ever since. Alright, okay, that's Mare. Oh, this is... Okay. I guess this is all gonna tie together very soon. So this means that woman might have been mocking us since we got here. It's possible. I apologize for not noticing sooner. Even with a moment's elapse can expose one to a curse. I was careless, but I won't let it happen again. You can be cursed that easily? That's terrifying. What a world we live in. That concludes all the information I gathered from my inquiries. That helps a lot, thanks. Shall I summarize our next steps? Yes, I suppose we need to do something about all this. Let's see. Regarding the unidentified skeletons, until we can identify the victim from the sketch, we have no other leads to move forward. I believe this is best left in Detective Ide's hands. Yes, agreed. And I think the same goes for that Somekawa woman from earlier. We'll have Detective Ide look into her. It's nice to have someone we can rely on. Agreed on that end, too. In other words, we can safely leave the skeleton case to him for now. Yes, though we should remain vigilant regarding the curse stones. And now the case of the raging waves. Regarding our main objective, or the so-called curse of the raging waves, without knowing how to lift it, there's not much we can do right now. I don't suppose there's a chance you'd be able to break the curse using brute force. You're quite good at that. It's certainly an option if worse comes to worse, but I can't say I have high hopes it would work. I guess it would be more realistic to try and find some clues about the whereabouts of your ancestors' keepsake instead. Indeed. It is said that the item may hold the key to lifting the curse of the raging waves. But even the location of the map pointing to that keepsake has unfortunately been lost to time. Although the map was said to be hidden inside a model of a mermaid mummy. One rumor says it was sold overseas during the Edo period. Doesn't sound promising. If we can't find it, I guess we're going back to trying to break the curse with brute force. But to even consider that route, we need much more intel from the island. Which is why we need to head to Kamishima. At the very least, advise the locals to evacuate. Yes, so hopefully someone of influence will believe us about the curse of the raging waves. Is something wrong? No, it's just one of the islanders I spoke with seems to be calling me over. Something may have happened. I'll go find out. Please do. Walking noises. Ma'am? What was it? The person who called me over shared a new piece of information. They were told to keep it a secret, but opened up since we're with the police. Go on. Earlier this morning, down by the shore, we apparently found something that resembled the corpse of a mermaid.
A mermaid? Really?
The same person reported it to a local authority, and was immediately ordered to tell no one, not even the police.
You're kidding me.
That local authority then contacted an unknown individual. Soon after, someone came and secretly retrieved the mermaid corpse.
That couldn't be more suspicious, could it?
Exactly. They were uneasy about the whole thing, which is why they confided in me. What shall we do?
Did they describe what the mermaid looked like?
Yes. They said from the head to the shoulders it was human, but below that entirely fish. So it was not the classic mermaid from fairy tales, it would seem.
Only the head was human.
They also said it was completely dried out, almost mummified. The face was unrecognizable. But they thought it resembled a Loka Ama diver named Tamiko Suma.
What?
Apparently, she went diving out alone this morning and hasn't returned. That's likely what worried the witness the most.
That is troubling. Damn it, just what we needed. More things to deal with. First things first, let's deal with this mermaid story. Come on. Okay, so what does that open up? Okay. Got a new line here. Alright, Ise-shima investigation. Well, we'll hang with this motley pair a little longer. Okay, Yumeko Shiki. A mermaid corpse has been discovered on the beach near Ijika town, While Yumeko and her partner are investigating its whereabouts, they run into an important local figure. Mr. Yashashina, Mr. Yamashina, thank you for agreeing to meet with us on such short notice. I understand you're a busy man.
Not like I have much choice when it's some bigwig from the prefectural police badgering me to do so. So you're Shiki from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Division, was it? Security Division, was it? Ha! And here I thought you were just some housemaid. You sure you're from the police and that get-up?
Well, I am primarily a housewife by trade, but that's hardly important right now. You're also known as Unkakudono. Unkakudono, I believe. After hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance.
Rumors, eh?
Okay, let's call him Yamashina. Oh, he's got weird eyes. Got the weird eyes.
What voice am I going for? I don't really know. I was trying to go for a Chief Aramaki, but I can't quite get there.
So, that'll have to do. And you. 70. Okay, he's an old bastard. A wealthy tycoon who owns multiple companies and swaths of land, particularly in the Sioux and Ise areas, born in the Taisho period, unmarried. Yeah, the town's most eligible bachelor by far. His family first came into business in the Edo period, traveling from town to town, selling talismans, Macanthus reed hoops, and other items to ward off evil spirits. During the Meiji period, this business expanded into a trading company, and the Yamashima family became prominent contributors to the development of the region. Born to the heir of the Yamashina family business and the daughter of a noble family, Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment where he received a thorough education tailored to gifted children. Following the end of the war, Yoshiatsu, how do I want to... Yoshiatsu, 1, 2, 3, 4 syllables. Yoshiatsu inherited the company assets in his 30s, but was quick to sell off all the shares he owned, using the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks. a practice that made him extremely wealthy. After amassing his fortune, he showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took a particular liking to. This approach led to the emergence of many successful businessmen, which included Shinobu Wakamura of Kamishima. Those who received Yamashina's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unkakadonu, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. Alright, Yamashina has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as illegal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, and media control, all in an effort to garner ever more status and money. In the shadow of the many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen into bankruptcy or been arrested, fueling the endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, considering anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. Even as a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers, both publicly and privately, and has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. A few years ago, he began to seriously consider the issue of a successor, driven by his determination that his beloved fortune should never fall into the hands of someone untrustworthy. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly investing vast amounts of money into research on the topic. Oh, he's one of those. One of those.
Yes, I hear you've been doing some, under-the-table research into immortality.
And? So what if I am?
Well, now, I wouldn't have expected you to be such a dreamer, but it does make you just a bit more relatable.
You can laugh all you want. What's it got to do with the police, anyway?
It seems that on this particular occasion it has quite a bit to do with the police, unfortunately.
You don't say.
Yeah, let's look. Okay, look around. We found another birdie. Okay, Mockingbird numero 9. Let's take a quick look. Mockingbirds. Okay. Now what is number 9? Who do we got here? Okay. Hitting Killer. Looks like an osprey or some other mid-sized bird of prey. Okay.
The splendid gardens all fall within the grounds of Mr. Yamashina's Ise City estate. Part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family. But I suppose he has an image to maintain.
Alright. Doesn't look like...
People like Yamashina have a tendency to underestimate me whenever I meet them alone. Having someone intimidating like Soda with me gets them to take me more seriously. I'm glad he's here with me today. This is Yoshiatsu Yamashima. He's a tycoon with multiple properties and companies to his name, mostly based here in Ise-shima. He's long been rumored of being involved in various shady dealings. Special investigations have had an eye on him for a while now, but they haven't managed to find any concrete evidence so far. It seems he has a knack for pinning the blame on his subordinates before finding a way to slip away. Needless to say, he and the police are quite familiar with each other by this point, though I don't doubt he has local police chiefs and politicians under his thumb behind the scenes. There's no need for me to get involved in all that. I'll be satisfied as long as we get the information we need from him. Apparently he wears that crested hakama every day. Not exactly casual wear for most people. Wearing something like that in this summer heat, that's commitment to keeping up appearances.
Alright.
I'll get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning.
What?
That corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here.
Hello, everyone. How you doing, wee biscuit? Welcome in. Welcome in. How you going? How's it going? How's it going? Glad you could drop by. We are playing the second Paranormasight game, the Mermaid's Curse. There are mermaids. There are curses. Yeah, I played the previous game last year. Streamed that. So they seemingly announced this one out of nowhere, and which was really wild because I wasn't sure what the reception to the first one was, but I guess it did well enough to warrant a sequel. So, you know, good on them, and good on Square Enix for doing something a little different. I guess that's my general feeling on the things. Okay,
That corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here to ask you to release it into police custody.
No idea what you're on about.
Of course, you will get something in return. We have some information I'm sure you'll find quite profitable in exchange.
Like I said, no idea what you're on about. If that's all you came here for, then scram.
Oh, pity. I really thought you'd be interested in what we had to share. Assuming you really are interested in immortality.
Alright, that's the carrot she has for him. Carrot on the stick.
Well, I suppose we barely know each other. It's only natural that you'd be wary of our intentions. What do you say to a little chat to get to know each other better, Mr. Unkakudono?
I could probably roll that off the tongue better, but that's going to require some effort.
I'm amazed we were able to get an appointment with him this quickly. Yes, and all thanks to Detective Ide. It would seem he's quite the capable fellow.
Alright, he's got... Okay. So I maxed out his stuff, maxed out... Yeah, we're not too far. We're not too far in the game right now. We just did a little bit of a... We mostly went diving last time. Trying to get our diver's rank up. Okay, we had a lot. Okay, Yamashima.
I hear you've been putting quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth?
Useless, the lot of them. Bunch of pushovers that have let all this new generation tripe go to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out there strutting around like they own the place far too big for their britches.
My, what a scathing review. Would our resident member of the new generation like to comment at all?
Please don't call me that.
I hear you've been searching for a successor, though. Given your strong opinions on the matter, I take it that you're struggling? Though I can see why that could lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to cede your legacy to someone else, if you can remain at the reins yourself,
Yeah, basically Vince McMahon. What Vince McMahon tried to do.
That might have been true when I started my research.
Oh, I take it that isn't the case now.
I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. Don't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime.
Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. You have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though.
Let me clear up one more thing while we're at it. I've already decided on my successor.
Oh?
Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the entire time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job.
Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. I suppose that would mean that you no longer have any need for immortality, then.
Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply has nothing to do with my successor. I still intend on continuing my research for medical advancement, you understand. Think of it as doing my bit for society. You lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. How about you mind your own business for a change?
Well, there's not much we can say to that. We'll try to be more discerning from now on.
I've already chosen my successor, no need to harp on about it anymore. Oh, they got the crazy eyes already written up my will and passed it off to my lawyer. You be sure to let your friends at the police know, too.
I bet Yumeko.
By the way, you're obviously not some run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you?
Why, I believe I mentioned it when I introduced myself. I'm just a simple housewife.
A likely tale. Plus, that fellow next to you's also got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he?
My, how observant of you. I suppose you could say that, yes?
Heh. Doesn't take a genius to see it. One of them phony psychic types, are you?
Phony?
Hit a nerve, did I? There are far too many of your kind around lately. Cozying up to those in power by feeding them a bunch of nonsense. Liars and cheaters, all of you.
You seem to have quite the chip on your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashina.
Don't know if it's because of this occult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folks get taken in by that tripe.
Let's take a look-see at what this does for us now. Occult craze. Spiritual phenomena, the supernatural, aliens, cryptids, lost civilizations, extrasensory perception, the list goes on. Such unexplainable phenomena are quick to take on a life of their own. A plesiosaur named Nessie living in Loch Ness, sightings of mythical creatures like the Tsuchinoku or the Hibagon. Oh, God, how much water I got left? Urban legends of the Kuchisake Onna and the Hanako-san, television reports of spoon-bending psychics, documentaries featuring spirit photography and UFOs have become the talk of school the next day. These are only a few examples of the stories that have captivated the public's interest. Magazines specializing in the paranormal phenomena continued to thrive with no end to the craze in sight. Okay, back up.
That Wakamura over in Kanashima's one of them. Talk about a waste of potential.
Wakamura? We'll finish up with Yumeko.
I can't say I care much about who you are anymore. You going around with some phony psychic tells me all I need to know.
How dare you? Soto, calm down. He can think what he wants.
Okay, mermaids.
There is one thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid you found won't grant you immortality.
And what would you know about that?
Well, you know, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from, but there seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. All I wanted to say was it was just that, a legend. It has no basis in reality at all.
How can you be so sure?
Just think about it. If the legend were true, wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals have ever been found?
Yeah, who's to say they aren't just living in hiding?
The legend of the Yao Bikuni is passed down in over 100 places across Japan, yet not a single verifiable immortal has ever been found to show for it.
So you mean to say all those legends were fake? Please. Even if just one of those tales is true, there's always a chance that there's an immortal hiding away somewhere.
I see. You really are quite the dreamer, are you?
I figured you were trying to bluff me out of that mermaid corpse for some reason or another. But now I'm sure of it. That thing's hiding some sort of secret, isn't it? Something you don't want me to find out.
Shit!
Okay, about mermaids.
So you admit you have the mermaid corpse, then? Oh, don't worry, we assumed as much from the start. If I'm not mistaken, that mermaid was in sort of a mummified state, no? I doubt you'll be eating it as it is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over?
So you can hog it for yourself? You won't fool me that easily.
You don't think that a rare specimen like that ought to be placed in the care of a proper research institute?
I'm saying I'll get a specialist research institute to study it. Problem solved.
I suppose so.
I'll make sure that the mermaid gets studied properly. Don't you worry about that.
Okay. Okay, I guess we gotta come back to that. Portrait sketch, let's try that.
By the way, you're quite well connected around these parts, if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm?
This doesn't have anything to do with what we came here to talk about. But I was wondering if you happen to recognize the person in this sketch. It seems he lived in the Iseshime area around 6 years ago.
Nope, never seen him.
I assume you've heard the news about the old human bones found on the seabed. This is a sketch of one of the victims from that case. You sure you have no idea of who it could be?
First I've heard of it, actually. Got no interest with things that have nothing to do with me.
Okay, so to Wakamura.
Who might this Wakamura be?
Wakamura, he's one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge over on Kamishima. Used to have high hopes for that one, but that changed when he came under the thrall of some phony sorcerer in Tokyo.
A phony sorcerer in Tokyo?
You heard right. Since then, there's been no end to his nonsense. Buying properties out in the mountains, changing company names, all because of something the sorcerer whispered in his ear. He even told me the layout of my house was unlucky, and he tried to get me to renovate the place. Just recently, he was going on about some curse causing a big storm. That sort of rubbish.
A storm caused by a curse, you say?
Even he said the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse. He's been trying to wheedle me into helping him in some way to stop it. But I'm done with him and his ramblings. Man's clearly a lost cause. He'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take the reins over in Kamishima.
I see, so even though you believe in immortality, you refuse to associate with anything to do with the occult.
And you do? I figured someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. How are you meant to solve crimes if criminals can just pull curses out left and right?
You won't find me disagreeing there. So what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse?
Hell, if I remember, why don't you go to Kamishima and ask the man yourself?
Maybe we will. Thank you for the information.
I said I don't know anything already. If that's all you came here for, get out of my sight.
Is there anything you can tell us about the phony sorcerer this Wakamura is so devoted to?
Yeah, Wakamura went on about how there's some big shot who appeared on television. I never heard of him. As I said, just ask him yourself.
Oh, of course, we'll be sure to do so.
Okay. Alright, well, how do we get him to open up about mermaids? Okay. Let me do the thinky think.
After looking into the corpse of the mermaid found earlier this morning, it seems highly likely that it was taken into the custody of Mr. Yamashina here. He's quite the big shot around here, with plenty of weight to throw around both politically and financially. Of course, all the local police know of him, and his moniker, Unka Kodono. We had to get one of the higher-ups to act as an intermediary to even get a meeting with him. Personally, I'm happy as long as we can get the mermaid corpse back from him, although I certainly won't complain if he can tell us anything about the curse as well. I hear he's quite the curmudgeon, so we'll have to watch our step when dealing with him. Okay, how about this then? If you agree to give up the mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. For someone who doesn't seem to believe in the occult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and immortality. Which suggests to me you found something you consider quite conclusive.
What do you want about now?
Well, I happen to know a bit more about mermaids than most people. Ma'am, are you sure?
It's fine. I had the opportunity to do some research into them a while back, you see.
You don't say. And?
Well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant a human immortality.
I knew it.
More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals.
So they have a lifespan of 800 years?
That's right, as the name suggests, they gain 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately.
Huh? Sounds like a real blessing.
No, I'm afraid it's anything but. One who defies the very laws of nature like that is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, our position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. Indeed, this immortality was originally a curse mermaids placed upon humans.
A curse?
Immortality is neither a blessing nor salvation for the living. It's a curse that robs them of the ability to die. None of those... Hold on. And thank you for the follow, Weeb Biscuit. Wee a biscuit. I missed the A between the wee and the biscuit part. But I will pronounce that correctly going forward. So, but thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Glad you that's fine. Yeah, glad you're getting something out of this. None of those who have become 800-year immortals have found happiness, not one. It renders living among other humans, or living among other humans, impossible, and makes them an outcast from society. Okay, so that kind of ties into Same, that Same lady. It ties in to Yuza's mom. That there are dots being connected in my brain. Well, I don't know how much Yamashima would be bothered by that. He's already kind of disconnected from society, you know, insulated from the real world by his wealth and his influence. Of course, there are a few years at first where life will be tolerable. Yeah, the first century. But after that, every meeting ends in parting. You outlive whomever you love or are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it will only be for a time. Only be for a time. You will always be shunned eventually. You'll experience this over and over for 800 years. 800 years unable to die, with loneliness as your constant companion. This is why many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yao Bikuni did.
I do suppose that makes sense. Still, there will always be those who seek immortality. Always have, always will be.
You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are also certain conditions that must be met for this curse of immortality to be effective. Eating mermaid's flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal.
Oh? And what exactly are these conditions?
Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not aware of the specifics there myself. Alright, what can we pull up here? Phenomena, curses, 800-year immortal. A person who has gained an 800-year lifespan after being cursed by a mermaid. Someone who ingests part of the body of a mermaid that meets certain conditions will be cursed and become a living being known as an 800-year immortal. Once cursed, the individual's own body is lost, and a provisional body is reconstructed using the parts of the mermaid ingested as a medium. Their soul is then transferred to this provisional body, which they are able to control as if it were their own, with their consciousness presiding over both their soul and body from the head. As such, they could already be considered to be more spirit in nature than human. If an individual is fatally wounded or contracts an illness that results in their death, their body will instantly be restored to its default state, allowing them to revive. In the event they lose any body parts, their heart will treat the largest remaining part of them as their main body and regenerate any lost parts. From there, with the removed parts subsequently vanishing. This even occurs in the event that the lost body part is the head. However, these individuals heal from non-fatal wounds at only a slightly faster rate than their bodies would be capable of naturally. As these people feel physical sensations and pain in the same extent as they would have in their original body, it is extremely difficult to tell whether an individual is an 800-year-old immortal or not, unless they die, even for the individual themselves. The lifespan of this provisional body is 800 years from the time of its creation, due to the individual's original body being lost. Not even the mermaid responsible for the original curse is able to dispel it. The individual will only see the end of their long life once 800 years have passed.
But I can say this much at least. The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid.
Huh? Ah, bullshit. Ain't no way that's anything other than a mermaid.
What I meant to say is that mummy is a different being from the mermaids who wield this curse. Not all half-fish, half-human beings are mermaids, you see. In fact, calling them all by the same name is what leads to mishaps like this one.
Say what? You mean to tell me that it's not a mermaid, that the real mermaids are a completely separate thing?
That's right, which is why I can say with confidence that eating its flesh won't make you immortal.
Sounds like you weren't bluffing after all.
So
what's that? So what is that thing then? There's gotta be some reason you're after it.
I imagine that even if you had dissected it and examined, all resorts would point to it being just a mass of fibers. In other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that, you see. That mummy is merely the corpse of an average human twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the Forsaken Fish.
What? Another curse?
Another curse wielded by mermaids, as it happens. As it happens, that would be the remains of someone who had died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for the mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. You see now why we'd rather you handed the mermaid over to us? The poor soul deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Surely you're not so hard-hearted to deny them that?
Curses this, curses that. It's all a bunch of hokum, if you ask me. That said, the report I got from the Research Institute earlier said exactly the same thing.
Oh my, I take it you already had the mermaid dissected then?
They said it was a likely fake, but asked if I wanted them to keep going anyway. I told them to keep at it, but,
It should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse, least of all information on immortality. Won't you consider handing it over? Of course, we could always take you in on charges of abandonment and desecration of a corpse.
There you go.
Alright, just have it your way.
I'm so glad you've come around. Thank you for your cooperation.
I'll give you the damn mermaid, but in exchange, I want you to tell me one thing.
What is it?
You say there are real mermaids out there. Where are these real mermaids hiding, then?
I suppose you could call it the Eternal World.
The Eternal World?
Yes, mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is Ryugu, the domain of the sea god.
That's why they named Finana Ryugu the way they did.
Ryugu? And how do you get there?
I'm sorry to say that Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human.
You could claim anything with a fairy tale like that. It all sounds like hokum.
That said, the entrance to Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Issei Sea. There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over to this world in the area's long history. Which is why Issei Bay has its share of mermaid legends, too.
Now that you mention it, I have heard one of those stories, too. Some old tale about mermaids being found on some long-lost island called Taishima or the like.
What? Wait a moment, where did you hear that story?
Haha! Caught your interest, have I? Looks like this story has some merit to it after all.
I was simply surprised, that's all. Not a name I've come across in any historical records.
Taishima. Okay, an island said to have previously been located to the south of Kameshima. It has long since vanished. It is sometimes referred to as Teishima or the Lost Island. No official records remain, and it remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge of it preserved only in tales passed down between residents of the Ise-shima area. Legends say the island was besieged by someone 400 years ago prior, and the curse of the murdered islanders caused the entire island to sink. Okay.
It's something I heard from one of the young'uns. I have out there looking for mermaids.
I see, sounds like you've got a capable young hand. I don't suppose it would be possible to meet with this individual.
Nope, not happening. Unless you're willing to spill the beans on everything you know about mermaids, every last bit of info. Maybe, just maybe, I'd consider it then. It's clear you're no ordinary housewife, after all. Not interested? Then this meeting is over. I'll hand the corpse over to the police as promised. But don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make them mine.
And... Okay. Let me refill my water glass real quick. Switching around from voice to voice kinda does a number on the old throat. Hold on. Okay. Alright, we are walking... We're going to Ise City from the estate. August 1980X, city area. Hey there, you two. Sorry for calling you out here when you're so busy. I figured it'd be best to give you the rundown on our findings as soon as possible.
It's no problem, go ahead. The poster. And what do we have here?
Oh, this is a poster advertising Kamishima. Something about it catch your eye?
No, I was just thinking, surely it would be better to put it somewhere tourists will actually see it.
Yeah, good point. Maybe they had some posters left over. I don't know why I'm making him a, New Yorker Bostonian something or another. Okay, the stickers I can find.
This is one of Ise City's residential districts. Right now the ground is so hot, the air around it seems to be shimmering.
Interested in Kamishima, are ya? It's a nice place, great tourist spot, too. I recommend it. Wondering about my suit, are ya? It's a cheap old thing, sorry I don't have anything more presentable. That the police box I was waiting at? Something you were wondering about?
Oh no, I just happened to find myself looking at it, that's all.
Would you rather talk inside? Though there's no air conditioner, it's probably cooler out here.
Oh, it's quite alright. Talking out here should be fine.
Okay, anything else I can look at right now? You know, I've got you with me.
Despite the heat, Soto looks as unruffled as ever. I do hope he isn't just pretending to be alright. Let's hear what Detective Ide has to say.
Alright, Detective Yugo. About Yamashina. So, did you manage to meet up with Mr. Yamashina?
Yes, thank you again for your help there. It seems he's willing to hand over the body without any fuss.
Really? That's great. Still, why would some big-shot tycoon go through all that trouble to withhold a body? If everything I've heard is true, you could probably take him in on charges of desecrating a corpse, you know. Or was there something special about that corpse?
How observant of you, Detective. I can, of course, explain it. I can explain if you'd like to know more.
Oh, wait a second. Is that related to that secret department of yours? I think I'm better off not knowing if so.
Oh, really? I don't mind bringing you into the fold. Ma'am, please stop trying to rope him into helping us.
I've never met the guy, but I hear he's quite the cranky old geezer. How'd your meeting go? I'll bet he was pretty wary of you being with the police, but he didn't try to pick a fight or anything, did he?
Oh, well, I'm not sure you could say it went smoothly, but I don't think we upset him, at least. Probably.
You don't sound very sure about that. A portrait sketch. Oh, right, that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. So, I got all hands on deck to go around asking about that sketch you gave me. And we finally found someone who recognized the victim.
Oh, that's great news.
The person who recognized him was a housewife in her 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. Apparently, the sketch looks like a 19-year-old she knew who left the village to go to the city.
So 7 years ago he was 19, no?
From the sounds of it, the guy had no relative to speak of, left the village with nothing but the clothes on his back. She doesn't know what happened to him after that.
I see, that would make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Did we get a name for our mystery man?
Sure did. His name was Kipei Ikoma.
Kipei Ikoma.
I looked him up in the residence registry, and it does look like he moved from Kumano to Ise City 7 years ago. But it seems like he doesn't live at the place he put as his address anymore.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I checked in with the apartment's landlord, and it would seem about 6 years ago. The landlord had his contract terminated after he failed to both pay his rent and return to his apartment for several months straight. The landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid.
If he went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me if those were his remains.
We'll keep looking into Ikoma to see if he was involved in anything that might have led to his murder. Of course, there's always the possibility we got the wrong guy, so we'll keep asking around just in case.
Please do.
Okay. Files. Okay. Seabed skeletons. Okay, a case in which multiple human skeletons were recovered from a deep fissure on the Toba seabed. Okay, testimonies indicate the individual in this sketch resembles a youth by the name of Kipei Ikoma, who went missing 6 years ago as an unknown relatives. Okay, the victims are believed to have been killed by a curse wielded by someone connected to the Hyuga. Alright. No, out through there, please. Okay. The woman we spoke to said that the sketch was really accurate. No doubt in her mind it was Ikoma.
Well, that accurate. But I'm sure we've got the right person.
Still, how did you even manage to make that sketch? There was nothing left of the victim but bones.
Oh, well, let's just say it's classified for now.
Okay, and this is before she gave him the whole rundown from the other chapter we did. Right. Guess this means I shouldn't pry any further. Okay, about Somekawa. Oh, yeah, I also looked into that lady you were asking about, Somekawa.
Oh, yes, did you find anything?
Well, it seems she hasn't registered as a resident, even though she moved here 5 years ago. And nothing came up for Somekawa in the civil registry either. Though I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is or where she came from. Sorry to disappoint.
I see. Is that quite common?
Happens. Not unheard of for folks from the countryside to come here for work and just drift on, with no one really knowing who they are. Apparently it was really common during the post-war growth period.
Seems we have quite the mystery woman on our hands.
Yep, though there is something I've been wondering about.
Oh, let's hear it. You have some idea who she might be?
Well, have you heard of the Kamashime Southern Sea disaster? It was a big maritime disaster that struck 5 years back.
I have, yes.
One of the victims of that disaster was an armored diver and a housewife from Kamashima by the name of Mare Minakuchi. But it seems her maiden name was Somekawa. Okay, that was her maiden name. So our mystery woman shares a surname with a maritime disaster victim. Got the voice wrong.
So a mystery woman shares a surname with a maritime disaster victim? I'm impressed you managed to dig that up.
Yeah, I was already looking into the Kamashima disaster because of the skeletal remains, so it was a happy coincidence if anything.
Oh, so you thought they might be related too? I'm glad it wasn't just me.
Anyway, it seems like the bodies of those disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking.
Wait, are you saying...
Yep. I was thinking Mari Minakuchi could have survived the disaster 5 years ago.
And you think she then moved to Ichika and started going by her old name of Somekawa again?
That's right. What do you think?
It seems like a long shot, but maybe. But if that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ichika, for 5 whole years without thinking to contact her family?
Maybe she lost her memories in the disaster?
Right, if only she had her old memories to rely on, it wouldn't be that hard if she went back to using her old name. Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It is difficult to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years.
It's possible she just never ran into anyone else she knew. That kind of thing's more likely than you'd think. Oh, speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mari Minakuchi from a report on the disaster. I haven't met this Somekawa myself, so could you take a look for me and let me know what you think?
Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. What do you think, Soto? If she'd aged 5 years and grown badly gaunt, I can certainly see how this woman might come to resemble Miss Somekawa. My thoughts exactly.
So, you agree it's a pretty solid theory?
It's certainly worth looking into, yes.
But if she really is Mari Minakuchi, there's something else that concerns me.
Something else?
This is just what I've heard. But it seems like the islanders over on Kamashima think that Mari Minakuchi was the cause of the disaster 5 years ago.
What? Why would they think that?
No idea, but it seems like it's getting pretty much taken for granted by most of the folks over there. Even mentioning her name is sort of taboo. So I was thinking it wouldn't be that odd if she felt she just couldn't go back home because of that.
Surely not.
Seems as good a reason as any why she wouldn't want to come forward anyway.
If she really is related to the storm 5 years ago, she's a point of interest regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains. Perhaps it's worth looking into that first.
Can I leave the talking to Miss Somekawa to you two, then?
We'll handle that, yes.
Okay. I guess now would be a good time for a thinky think.
So people believe this Mare Minakuchi called forth the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago, do they? I didn't expect the curse of the raging waves to come up here, of all places. Wait. That's it, I remember now. The sole survivor of Taishima, his surname was Somekawa. There was something else about Somekawa, a wooden box. Surely that'd be too much of a coincidence.
Well, that's about all I had to report.
Thank you, Detective. That was very informative. As for our next move, could we ask you to keep looking into Kipei Ikoma for us?
Roger that.
We'll see if we can find Somekawa again and hear what she has to say. Unfortunately, it looks like our trip to Kamishima will have to wait until tomorrow. So it seems.
Oh, you had business on Kamishima too.
That was actually our original reason for coming here, yes. But now we've gotten caught up in all this other troublesome business, so it looks like dealing with that will have to come first. And here I was hoping we could get over with this as soon as possible, so I could get back home to my husband.
I see. You sure are devoted to your husband.
Oh, very much. Though I do worry he never eats properly when I'm not around. In any place, please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if it is just something out of the ordinary happening, anything could be of help.
Sure, we'll do. Though you're kinda making me worried something might actually happen now.
I'd certainly prefer if it didn't. Anyway, we're counting on you, Detective.
Are we sauntering back to the coast? Alright, back to the coast to try and hunt down Somekawa, I presume. He's Goering.
Bad news, ma'am. It seems that we were a step too late. Oh, what do you mean?
Oh boy.
It seems that someone came and took that Somekawa woman out to sea just a few minutes ago. What? According to the witness, a foreign man came to the port with Miss Somekawa in tow. They then boarded a motorboat that was moored there and headed out into the bay. Didn't appear to be by force, so we can probably assume that they knew each other. A foreign man? Not sure what's going on, but we should probably get a boat and follow, just in case. Yes, let's see if... Ugh! Sodo, what's wrong? The spiritual force, it's overwhelming. Ugh, my body won't move, what's going on? Ugh! That girl over there, is she doing this?
It's a wizard. What do I want to give her? How do I...
You can withstand this curse? You really are quite strong, mister. Sorry, but I can't let you go any further. I'll have to ask you to leave. Voithikikos, Penuma, Guardian Spirit, grant me the wisdom of the numinous. O high guiding spirit, light my path ahead.
Seems like they saved us the effort of searching for them. So it seems. Let's see if this girl can tell us what we want to know.
Oh, wizard battle.
Who are you?
I can ask the same of you. What do you want with Miss Somekawa?
So you know who Miss Somekawa is, do you?
Maybe. What's it to you?
This girl's spirit sense is extremely potent, but she lacks experience. She seems hesitant to employ curses against people. If I have an opening, I can use my curse of binding to restrain her. Usually it's too risky to use on ordinary people, but that shouldn't apply here. Alright, I certainly wouldn't mind getting some information out of her, so this is as good of an opportunity as any. I'll see if I can get her to lower her guard. When she wavers, I'll signal for you to use the curse of binding. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan. On your signal.
Use Soto Kiryu's Curse of Binding to restrain your opponent when they let their guard down. Press the Use Curse button to signal him to use it. You only have 3 chances to use the curse.
Now, there's no need to be so uptight. How about we stop all this and just talk for a bit?
Not happening. You're just going to use a curse the moment I drop my focus.
Can we assume the foreign man who took Miss Somekawa is a friend of yours, then?
So what if he is? What are you trying to...
Let's see if this does anything.
No good, she's too wary of us. Seems I'll have to press her further before she'll give us an opening. You certainly have remarkable strength for your age. Why, it might even be too much for us.
What's with the sudden praise? You're creeping me out.
Okay.
Sorry, Sodos, if this is our last chance. If you resist any more, we'll have you taken in for obstruction of public duties.
Wait, you're with the police?
Alright, we'll back off and leave you be. How does that sound?
You're just trying to get me to drop my guard, aren't you? Not happening!
What do you want with Miss Somikawa?
I could say the same to you. You just want the relic for yourselves, don't you?
What? You know about the relic? If you know about the relic, I'm afraid we can't let you get away.
Get away! I'm the one holding you here!
We'd rather not be heavy-handed about this either. Let's calm down and find some other way to resolve this,
Sorry, but that won't work on me. I'm at a rebellious age, you see.
Okay, despite appearances, yes, defying us could net you quite the heavy punishment.
Oh, how does she...
I see, you must be from Paranormal Affairs. And I definitely can't do what you say. What?
You're also with Paranormal Affairs, then?
Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I suppose this is the trouble with secret departments. Not even their own members recognize each other. What a bother. Oh, we're both from Paranormal Affairs, are we? Perhaps let's talk. Maybe there's some way we can help.
I told you, I don't know what you're talking about. It's none of your business anyway.
Even knowing we're from Paranormal Affairs, you kept a straight face and hid your ties. I can tell you're both bold and smart.
Oh, thanks. I guess. Will you give up now?
Okay, give up. What do they say for that?
So you're with Paranormal Affairs? But you need the relic yourself, so you're unwilling to cooperate with us, am I correct?
If that's what you think, can you give up already?
You have quite some nerve standing up to us despite knowing where we're from. Don't think you'll get off lightly for this.
Threatening me won't get you anywhere. You can't arrest me unless it's an emergency, right?
Alright, I understand where you're coming from. We won't interfere anymore. Soto, you can stop now. Ma'am?
Oh, you grown-ups and your dirty tricks!
You did well to be cautious of us, but I'm afraid this is how grown-ups get things done. Now, will you tell us what you're up to here?
Oh! Well, I suppose I've showed you enough. You'll never catch up to the boat now. Or slowed you enough. Plagasa, starry, guide my path, and with thy merciful hand uphold me.
What? She broke the binding?
Bye-bye.
Ugh, confound it. Stop right there. Oh, looks like she's given up the slip. I doubt we'll be able to catch her now. Still, I'm going to have a word with Paranormal Affairs about that girl. I put in a call to Paranormal Affairs about our errant young lady just now. I see. I assume she's indeed affiliated with them. Yes, it seems her name is Cerise Lunarlight.
That's how it is, Cerise? That's how I'm... Or Circe. 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 Cursey? Circe. Circe Lunar Light. Circe Lunar Light.
He's an exorcist from England who's come here on exchange. Part of her spiritual training, as I understand. The Lunarlight family, I see. Oh, are they well known? I've heard of them, yes. They're a distinguished family of exorcists. Quite an old one, too. Would certainly explain the strength of her spirit sense. Right. In any case, it seems she's in the care of Paranormal Affairs while she's in Japan. Honestly, I do wish they'd tell us these things in advance. What is she doing here in Mie Prefecture? Well, it seems even Paranormal Affairs isn't sure what she's up to. They've been looking for her. From the sounds of things, she's been skipping her training assignments to travel around Japan, visiting all sorts of spiritual spots instead. Doesn't seem like they're keeping an eye on her at all. Unfortunately not. They asked me to tell her to return to Tokyo at once when we next see her. I see. More work for us then. Yes, the things we find ourselves caught up in. She seemed to know about Somikawa, too. I've got a bad feeling about all this. Shall we try looking for her? I imagine she's still in the area. No, not now. For all that it's true, I doubt she'll be looking to cause too much trouble. Besides, I'm sure we'll run into each other again eventually. Well, I think that's enough trouble for one day. Let's call it a day. We'll head for Kamishima first thing tomorrow. Understood.
Alright, that was a hefty one. Okay, so looks like we can go through memories of last summer. Okay, this is back to Yuza's route. The promised day arrives after their usual morning dive. The group of 4 meet at the dock. August 8, 1980, X afternoon. What's it, guys? Hey, Azami, Yuza, over here. Good timing. I just got back, too. Well, Zakasa, how'd it go? Not too shabby, if I say so myself. Check this out, 2 whole scallops. Seriously, Tsukasa? You don't get bragging rights for picking up 2 measly scallops. I sure do. That was hard work. You should be praising me. Say, Yuza, how many scallops did you get on your first dive again? 125, I think. No way, are you kidding me? Guess there's a good reason they call you the patron saint of diving. Ah, dang it, now my cover's blown. That'll teach me to snag every scallop I see. Anyway, Sakasa, don't let this get you down. You'll improve over time. Man, I've been diving way longer than you, but you're better than me already. Some people are just born to be Ama divers. If you ask me, all that matters is that everyone made it back safe and sound. True. You always know the best thing to say, Sato. But, for the record, I would have preferred a bigger haul of scallops. Then we could have had a feast. Guess I should have seen that one coming. So, what's the plan for today?
Remember, Tsukasa, it's up to you.
Right, we promise we do whatever you wanted today. You name it, we'll make it happen.
Now that's more like it. Let's see, first of all, I want us all to go for a swim in the sea.
Oh, sounds great. Can't even remember the last time we did something like that just for fun.
Right, I want us to forget work and just enjoy the sparkling sea for a change. I even brought a new swimsuit for this. You've got one picked out too, right, Sato?
Sure do.
Then after that, when it gets dark, let's set off some fireworks.
Ooh, fireworks.
And then let's have a barbecue on the beach and cook up everything we caught today.
Oh, cool. Grilled scallops over an open fire. I've had scallops before. I don't think I've ever had like a proper fresh pulled from the sea that day scallop. When I worked back in my restaurant days, the scallops we got were always like frozen and probably not the best quality. Sounds like a plan. Just leave it to us. Everyone ready? Then let's do this. Let's do this, brah. Let's do this, brah. I'm gonna make him sound like a bro. Ah, there's a shark and it's coming this way. Better watch out, Azami.
That was a close one, Azami.
What the heck? I'm a good swimmer, but there's no way I'm good enough to outswim a shark. Oh, everybody's in their swimmies. Oh, he's the shark. Okay. Oh, it's an inflatable one. It's okay, I'll keep it pinned down. Just get out of here while you can. And here, take this fin as something to remember me by. Keep it with you always. Sorry, Yuza. I don't really dig shark fins that much. Ugh, my heart. Okay. Alright.
Look at the sea. It's like there are diamonds floating on the surface.
Really sparkles, huh? Sure is pretty.
Aw, that shark's pretty cool. I should have picked a shark instead of a life buoy. But he's having such a blast I can't bring myself to ask for a ride on it.
There you go. A family photo. Photo of the kids having fun. The youths enjoying their youthful youthness. One grilled squid coming right up. Ugh, don't throw it, it's piping hot. You're getting squid juice everywhere. Oh, let's see how you like it. Catch the... Ow, 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 that's hot.
You did that to yourself.
Hey, check out this huge sea snail I Tsukasa caught. It's massive.
That's right, I still may be a rookie when it comes to scallops, but I got a haul of sea snails to make up for it. So eat up, Azami. Have as many as you want.
Oh no, don't set his dick on fire! Oh, that reminds me of the time I was with a friend of mine at a local bar. It's no longer open. They were having like some kind of like open mic night, open band performance thing. There was a dude who had a bunch of samplers on him. Looked like he had just gotten off of his shift, like, I don't know, digging ditches or something. Haggard fellow. And he would play this abrasive noise on his keyboard, and he would just like scream into the mic, you know, I guess some kind of like noise music sort of deal. And the set went on for a little bit. I think they gave him like maybe 15-20 minutes. And at this time I was with a friend of mine. At this bar you could also play video games too. So I was seated there with my friend, she was having a drink, and I was playing Aladdin for the Super Nintendo. So at some point, this guy, he goes into his grand finale, goes into his big finale, right? And that big finale involved him pulling his shirt off, taking down his shorts, and I believe duct taped to his manhood was like some sort of small-scale firework, like a sparkler or a firecracker or something like that. So he lit it, jumped up on the bar, and strutted his stuff across the bar for his big finale. And I continued playing Aladdin for the Super Nintendo.
Hey, can I borrow that lighter?
Sure. Want some squid too?
Oh, so I can just grill it directly?
Yeah, that's Kamashima's specialty, fireworks-style squid. Wait, you're actually doing it? Oh, the juice is going everywhere, it burns!
Whoops, sorry. My hand slipped.
A likely story. There it is, the famous Yuza one-man show. Oh, happy, happy times. Okay. So what opens up now? Okay, maybe I have to go diving again? Since it seems like we've exhausted our options here. I think there are a couple of things I need to look for. At the bottom. I wanna sink to the bottom with you. I wanna sink to the bottom with you. Oh, what the fuck? I guess we'll start from the, water gathering. Tell you what, we'll go through these both. Right, let's leave it at that for today. Good work out there, Yuza. But man, just looking at you, how did you improve so much in such a short time? You're basically pro level now. I wasn't expecting you to pick things up like that so quickly. Like I said, brimming with confidence. But it's also because you were here to help. Thanks, Izami. I didn't do that much, but I appreciate it. So, do you feel any different now? Did your body undergo any weird changes? Nope, I feel exactly the same. Nothing's changed. I'm the same old Yuza I've always been. I guess we're a bit off the mark, huh? So, what do you want to do now? Should we call it a day? Let's see. Are we talking about the hole? Going to diving just now. Okay, giant hole in the seabed. Open up in the past few months. Okay, so we've read this already. Pretty big event. Just trying to trigger more dialogue. And that's when he saw the figure reaching out to him. But I don't think they're going to let me... There were some other things I wanted to look at. I'm just trying to see if they'll let me dive again. That's what I'm... Okay, Tomokazuki. So we've touched on that already. Okay. Let's see. Can I find... Oh, okay, sticker. One of those Mockingbird stickers. Okay. Mockingbird number 8, tit for tat, is a long-tailed tit. Apparently, you're meant to read the characters behind them as Blizzard. Oh, so this tit is colder than a witch's tit. Alright. I guess there's more to these mockingbirds than I thought. Okay. I found one under the waiter. No. Okay. So we've got 4 of 20, so we're a fifth of the way there. Tit for tat. Okay. Okay, the fishing boat. Okay, I think we read this already. Ocean. Nothing up in the sky. Get back outside the hole. We read this already. I know we went over that last time. Tomokazuki. Yeah, we touched on that. Exact copy. Hmm. Yeah. We've been through this. Okay, symbols on the diving gear. We've touched on that. Okay. Wait, is this new? Could your mom have become an Ama diver because she wanted to find the Tomokazuki? Oh, okay, I remember this, I remember this. Tomokazuki, huh? But why would something like that be here? Alright. What else can we do here? There's more. What's the most important part? Something you wanted to do after this? Something terrible's gonna happen. Alright. Did that open anything else for me? Okay, what if we restart? Let's try that. Oh, can I speed past this? Okay, Okay, it's the patron saint of diving. Yeah, we've done this already. Okay, I'm already maxed out. Let's see what we can look for. Because there were some particular things of note. I know how to do this game. Okay, best not to go out any farther now. Gathering complete. Alright. No, let's not replay the tutorial. Okay. Gonna look for abalone. Or not. We've already gotten plenty of abalone because we maxed ourselves out already. Okay. Let's see. Now, there was something with a question mark. Okay, that's the hole. Oh! 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 Huh? Huh. Okay, that's different. Let's see, does it... Will I have anything to say? Wait, I'm not... Are they not giving me the option? Oh, I can do this. I can go to the port. Okay, I guess I haven't done this part yet. Or are we just not going to comment on what I just saw underneath? Hey, Yuza, I took your cat to the market while you were changing. Oh, thanks, I appreciate it. It was a seriously impressive haul for your first dive. The old guys at the market looked like their eyes were gonna pop out. Your status as Kamashima's patron saint at diving isn't just for show. Okay, that's enough of that, and thanks for carting all that to the market by yourself. Who is Chie? There you... Oh, I could have given her a voice. There you are, Azami. Don't tell me you went out fishing today. How's your back doing? Oh, Chie, how's your back doing? Not going to get any better lounging around at home, that's for sure. More importantly, no one's meant to be taking out their boats right now because of the storm that's on the way. Don't tell me you didn't hear. Oh, yeah, but it was more of a warning than a rule, and the weather looked fine, so I figured it was okay. Ah, you should know better than that, Azami. You young uns never listen, do you? Yeah, I'm giving her the old southern lady voice. Okay, alright, Chie, what is your deal then? Okay, really? And going out with the Minakuchi boy of all people. Actually, Azami only took out his boat because I asked him to help out with my work. Wait a dang second, don't tell me you went out to dive. I did, but why do you ask? Am I not allowed to be an Ama diver? Absolutely not! I won't allow it! What? Why? Yuza's a member of the association, same as everyone else. As long as he follows the rules, it should be fine, right? Sure, it's rare for guys to become Ama divers, but it's not like it's forbidden or anything. That ain't what I'm talking about! I done told you! I'm saying it shouldn't be allowed in the sea. It's obscene is what it is. Everyone agreed to put up with him being on the island for Suyu's sake. But now he gets it into his head to go diving of all things. Have you no sense, boy? Seems like I'll have to have a few words with Suyu. You not knowing your place is going to cause everyone trouble. Listen up, Minakuchi boy. You better keep your head down and stay put on dry land where you belong. No more diving, you hear? Hey now, don't you think that's going a bit far? There's no need to lay into Yuza like that. Bitch. Azami. What? You really don't think anything of all this? After what his mother did? Nope, not at all. Yuza hasn't done anything wrong. He was a victim of the disaster too. Maybe more than anyone else. Recently, there's been this strange rumbling coming from the sea. The same rumbling as 5 years ago. Everyone's scared of what might be coming. They're bracing themselves for another big disaster. Oh, is that what you meant by the storm? The weather forecast said things are going to stay calm for a bit, though. The hell with the weather forecast. It didn't save us 5 years ago. Anyhow, you see why we gotta stay in the God of the Sea's good graces. No doing anything to upset them, got it? Alright, bye-bye, bozo. Don't let it get you down, Yuza. Chie isn't a bad person at heart, but the old folks here are all pretty firm in their beliefs, I guess. Yeah, it's only natural. I was kind of expecting it, to be honest. Still, I didn't think she'd get that mad. Guess I have a bigger chip on those shoulders about all this than I thought. Seems like they really think your mom was to blame for the disaster. Yeah. I guess wanting to get to the bottom of things there was one of my reasons for becoming an Ama diver. Yeah, everyone's been avoiding the topic until now, but that can't go on forever. Who's peeking? Hey, you two. Oh, hey, it's Kikuko. Ah, fucking, what voice am I gonna give her? I don't fucking know. Yeah, oh, I don't know. That would be a little weird if I did it.
Hey, you two over there. Could I get some help with these boxes here? I need to get them to the warehouse.
Maybe a little more measured. Okay. Aisles 3. Okay. Kikuko Tutsui. Sutsi. Okay, a woman born and raised on Kamishima, unmarried, she was known for her friendly, sociable nature and almost sisterly tendency to look after others, both of which make her a familiar face to many on the island. Ever since her school days, Kikuko harbored a strong desire to leave Kamishima and make a life for herself elsewhere. While most of her classmates began working as ama divers following graduation from middle school, she decided to enroll in a boarding school as a first step towards fulfilling this goal. Going on to graduate from junior college in Aichi Prefecture and then finding a job in general administration at a company in Ise City. However, because her assigned work consisted only of unfulfilling menial tasks like pouring tea and answering calls, she left after only 1 year. She changed jobs repeatedly over the following years, but found no further luck in subsequent workplaces. Eventually recognizing that success as an ama diver is determined solely by the extent of one's physical prowess and ingenuity, she came to find the idea of such work appealing and moved back to Kamishima 4 years ago. Despite her late start as an ama diver compared to her peers, she leveraged her high athletic ability, a talent which even saw her star in the national athletic meet during her school days, and her innate knack for analytical thinking and research to consistently turn out good results, and she has since earned the respect of even the veteran ama divers on the island. Her estimated diver rank is 41. She is lapping our asses. Kikuko has had scant luck with men, having been introduced to several potential partners, only to be turned down by all of them. Her parents, anxious for her future, worry that the large birthmark on her face is to blame. I saw that. Kikuko herself remains unfazed, citing her lack of interest in marriage as the primary cause, something which has caused them no end of concern. Although she endeavored to hide the birthmark with makeup while at school and during her time as an office worker, she has since embraced it, proudly proclaiming it to be her symbol. I don't know, is that like maybe a birthmark or a bit of vitiligo?
Phew, thanks. I know I could rely on you young'uns to help out.
Okay, maybe she's a more amiable.
Phew, thanks. I knew I could rely on you young'uns to help out.
Yeah, she's nice, Chie. But we'll take that approach. Young'uns, you're a young'un too, Kikuko.
Aw, how kind. Pretty sure you're the only ones to say that, though. I was told out of nowhere to make sure anything valuable was stowed away, just in case a storm hits. What a pain.
So you're getting ready for the storm, too?
Yeah, pretty silly when the weather's this good, huh? It's not like I can say no, though. Speaking of pains, I overheard Chie giving you an earful just now. Are you seriously planning on becoming an ama diver, Yuza?
Well, that was the plan, but it's looking like I might be forced into retirement before I even begin.
Why now? Didn't you just come back here to look after Suyu?
Yes, but I still have to work, and I've always been interested in ama diving. Ran was always pretty down about no longer being able to dive, so I thought it might cheer her up a bit.
So you want us following Suyu's footsteps. Still, you must have noticed that everyone was on edge at just the thought of you coming back here. If they hear you went diving, there'll likely be a bit of an uproar.
Were they really that sad of Yuza going into the sea? Never heard anyone say anything like that.
Well, they don't say it where you can hear it. Everyone loves you here, and they know you're close with Yuza. They probably feel that they can't be that tough on him with you around.
What was that?
Never mind. Forget I said anything. I can't deny there's been this creepy rumbling coming from the sea recently, though. It's no wonder everyone's unnerved. If some sort of disaster does end up happening again and Yuza gets caught doing something he wasn't meant to, that'll probably be it for him.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. Do people seriously believe Yuza's mom caused that storm? Everyone suffered because of it, including Yuza's family. It's so stupid.
Hey, I honestly think it's stupid too. But the truth is, there are a bunch of people who believe it, so making a fuss about it isn't going to get you anywhere, right? Besides, even if the storm doesn't come in the end, a different kind of storm may already be brewing. A different kind of storm? Well, you shouldn't have any trouble if you keep your head down. Just be good and do what you're told and no one will get on your case, yeah? Oh, give me a break. Why's he gotta keep his head down here? He was born and raised on Kamishima just like everyone else. Hey, getting mad at me won't change anything. If it upsets you that much, why don't you leave? Leaving a place like this behind might be for the best, don't you think? Maybe, but I just can't ask my gran to move somewhere else at her age. Then you'll just have to put up with it. If you want to blame anyone, blame your mom. Did his mom even do anything 5 years ago? No one wants to tell us anything. No idea. I only came back after the disaster, so I don't know what happened at the time. Mr. Wakamura always seems like he knows more than he lets on, though. Now that I think about it, why don't you just ask Tsuyu what she knows? Tsuyu? I've already asked Gran about it countless times. She says she doesn't know anything. And you don't think that's a bit suspicious? If anyone knows something, it'd be her, right? You might be right. She is pretty hard to read. I wouldn't be able to tell if she was hiding something anyway. Anyway, I do feel bad for you, but you just gotta grin and bear it for everyone's sake, huh? Thanks for the help, you two. Try to stay out of trouble. Kikiko really seemed like she didn't know anything, huh? But folks are way more on edge than I thought. Yeah, I've gotten the sense I'm not exactly welcome here ever since I came back. But I didn't think trying to make a living here would lead to that much backlash. I didn't realize everyone disliked my mom quite that much or that they were so suspicious of her. Seems like the timing wasn't great either. Everyone's wound up about these ill omens that are happening right now. Still, I'm sure now that my mom just must have had some sort of secret, and I'm almost certain it had to do with what we're looking into. Everyone hears that I went diving today, it might prompt people to start talking about what happened 5 years ago. True, if there's any time to ask about your mom, it's now. I think we should see what Old Man Wakamura and Tsuyu have to say about this, too. Yeah, assuming Gran agrees to talk about it, anyway. Alright, that's a drippy drop in the blippy blop of the water. Okay. So, they're kinda... Let's see. Alright. Alright, so, Cursed, that's the next bit of the map we're going to explore, but I'm going to take a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break. And, I will be back with you momentarily to do, more of this stuff. I will be back in a moment. In the meantime, I'll let the dancing boys keep you company. BRB.
Alright. Alright. Back to that. Okay. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Let's see. I want to at least get it to like the 3-hour mark, so maybe we'll go for another 30 or so. Depending. Because with anything where I have to read a lot, I am trying to take care to, like, trying to preserve my voice if I'm going to do that, so... Let's see what we can do. Cursed, okay. A summary of previous events. The residents of Kamishima are extremely against Yuza becoming an Ama diver. Yuza believes that the hidden secret behind his... The hidden secret behind his deceased mother, Mare Minakuchi, is the reason for this, and it is also the key to finding the mermaid, so he begins a full-scale search. True, if there's any time to ask about your mom, it's now. I think we should see what Old Man Wakamura and Tsuyu have to say about all this, too. Yeah, assuming Gran agrees to talk about it, anyway. Okay, okay. So we're going from the jetty... Let's make a beeline to talk to Grams. Okay, August 7...
Oh, welcome back, Yuza. Oh, and Azami's here, too. Thanks for having me. You two went out diving today, didn't you? How'd it go? You get a decent haul?
Gran, about that. I was all set to enjoy the next stage of my life as an Ama diver, but have found myself on forced leave the very day of my grand debut.
Goodness, did something happen? Oh my, Chie and the others said all that? If I were you, I wouldn't pay them any mind. You're not breaking any rules, are you?
You sure it's okay?
No point in fretting over pointless details is what I always say.
Tsuyu Minakuchi. Now, what did they pop down for you? 63, Yuza Minakuchi's paternal grandmother and a former Ama diver. Born in the Taisho period, she has a relaxed and broad-minded nature, but her tendency not to concern herself with the finer details often makes those around her uneasy. Although now retired due to health issues, she was one of the best Ama divers on Kamishima, especially in her younger days, during which she had a fierce rivalry with Chie Toyama, known as Chie the Mermaid. Later years saw them reconcile. They could often be seen talking and laughing together at the diver's hut while grilling their catches. She lost her husband in the war when her son Tosuke Minakuchi was 3 years old.
I must have underestimated how deep tensions ran. I never imagined they'd still be that hostile towards her. I thought things would have calmed down by now, for sure. I'm sorry, Yuza.
It's okay, Gran. Not being allowed to dive isn't the end of the world or anything. But are you sure there isn't a reason no one wants to talk about Mom?
Well, no reason I can think of.
I'd like to get to the bottom of things if possible. If it's going to affect my life here if I don't, and I'd like to clear Mom's name too. If you don't mind me saying, it does seem pretty weird that people would be this upset just by Yuza coming back to Kamishima. You sure there's not some particular reason they don't like the thought of him going out diving?
Well, no reason I can think of.
The exact same answer as before. She's determined to pretend she doesn't know. Gran, I know you've always been reluctant to talk about Mom, but I'm not a child anymore. Isn't it about time you told me the truth? You really can't think of any reason why everyone had such a problem with Mom?
Well, alright. I'll be honest with you. Mare wasn't actually human.
Huh? You mean we were right? Are you for real?
Wait, don't tell me you believe that. Can't you boys take a joke? I was obviously kidding. Did all that seawater pickle your common sense?
Wait, you were joking?
Of course I was. I thought I'd just mess around a bit and see if I could get a rise out of you. But you sure turned the tables on me. Turning a prank around on me like that? I have nothing more to teach you, young Yuza.
Oh, and here I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. It's no good. She's set on giving us the slip. We're not going to get anything more out of her like this. Maybe she'd be a bit more willing to talk if we had more information.
So, how did your dive out in the bay go?
The dive went perfectly. You may now know me only as your grandson Yuza. But in truth, I'm a living legend, Kamashima's patron saint of diving.
Well, now, that does sound impressive. I was going to leave it at that, but you're serious, aren't you? You've improved by leaps and bounds since I last saw you. Why, if I was to put it in numbers, you'd be rank 18.
Wow, you can tell all that just by looking at me?
Your grand's been around the Ama diving block, you know. There's nothing more I can teach you. You'll make a fine Ama diver, Yuza.
Thanks, Gran. I'll do you proud as your successor. But I've been forbidden from diving for now, so it seems my life as an Ama diver will have to wait.
No need to fret. I'm sure that it'll sort itself out in time.
I don't know about that.
Your grandma's the same as ever, huh? Whatever the case, I'm happy you've chosen to follow in my footsteps, Yuza. Good thing I thought to keep Mares off it, eh?
Yeah, but I don't know how I feel about being able to fit in my mom's clothes at this age.
You never did get any taller after middle school, did you?
Damn, has my constant diet of fresh seafood meant nothing? Nothing you need to worry about, Yuza. Doesn't make you any less charming. Do you have any diving advice for me, Gran?
Advice? Let's see. If you're looking to get a higher score in single dive, you should focus on gathering everything you can, even the small fry. Getting 10 or 15 will earn you a bonus to your final score. If you manage to nab a big catch, switching your focus to bringing in as many small catches as possible should net you a good result.
I see. That'll be a great help. And diving tips. When using the harvest action, a perfect harvest may occasionally occur, instantly depleting your target's resistance gauge with a single action. The higher your diver rank, the more likely you are to achieve perfect harvest. Information on your catches will be recorded in your gathering log. Each catch has individual variations, and the lowest and highest amount of points you've achieved for each catch will also be recorded. Once you record the highest and lowest limits possible for a catch, a star mark will be added next to those point values. Gathering more than 10 sea creatures at once will earn you a large haul bonus. A total of 10 or more will grant you a 1.5 to your original score percent. A total of 15 or more, 1.8 to your original score. Even if you can't find any promising catches, focusing on quantity over quality can still earn you a high score. Use condition. Sorry I had to leave early today to go diving, Gran. Is everything okay? How are you feeling?
Well, I didn't have much pep in my step today, but it's fine because Sato came over this morning. She really is a saint, always helping me out with the cooking and cleaning like that.
Again, Gran? I know you're fond of her, but you shouldn't rely on her too much. I didn't know Sato was coming over here to help. Yeah, and she and Gran became friends recently, and before I knew it, she was coming over every so often.
Sato's such a nice young lady. She even chats with me about the latest TV drama developments. She's a bit naive in some ways, but she's a quick learner. Remembers everything I tell her almost instantly.
I had no idea.
I said you could relax here a while, but she left early today.
I'm glad you're having fun, but make sure to thank her properly sometime, right?
Of course, of course.
You wouldn't happen to have any other diving tips for me, would you?
Well now, bold as brass, aren't we? But I'm glad you're keen to learn. Let me see. Sometimes you come across areas when diving that are simply brimming with sea creatures. I call them bountiful zones.
Bountiful zones, huh? I'd love to see one.
On the other hand, areas with lots of starfish are usually picked clean with no sea creatures to speak of. I call those places barren zones.
So the more starfish there are, the less sea creatures there'll be. Got it.
A whopper of a catch could still be hiding in a barren zone, of course. Always keep an eye on your surroundings.
And this is just reiterating. Okay, an abundance of starfish. Yeah, okay, we've been over that. Okay. Yeah, nothing really new to add on top of that. Talk about our condition. I'm always happy to help, you know. There's no need to depend on others so much.
I know, but if someone has to help me get things done, I'd rather it was a lovely young girl, you know? And besides, she does a much better job at cooking and cleaning than you do, Yuza.
See, I do my best to be a good grandson, and this is the thanks I get.
You've heard me say this before, but Mari found it difficult to fit in here in the island. The environment she'd grown up in was quite different, you see. She struggled to adapt to life in a small community. No other reason I can think for the beef the others had with her.
Yeah, I think that's all we're getting out of her for today. We're going out again for a bit, Gran.
Good. You two take care, okay?
Let's see. I mean, are there anything we can find on the jetty? I guess we can beeline for Wakamura. Okay, I think I know what I'm going with here.
You two again! What are you doing here? Chie's here too. We're chatting about something important right now. Scram! Guess we got no choice but to come back later, huh?
Okay, let's look around Gran's place a little more. Try to find...
Oh, was there something else you needed, Yuza?
Okay, they're not gonna let us poke around. Okay. Minakuchi residence. Okay, back to where they used to live.
It seems like there's a bit of a commotion over there. Maybe they know something about the rumors. Want me to go ask?
That'd be great, thanks.
Hey, what's up? Did something happen? Oh, if it isn't Azami. I don't know if you've heard, but...
15 minutes later. Welcome back.
And once they get started, they never stop talking. Anyway, nothing about your mom, I'm afraid, but they did have some interesting things to say.
Interesting things?
Do you want the normal news first or the worrying news?
Let's hear the worrying news.
Okay, then. There are reports that 2 Ama divers have gone missing. Apparently both cases were around Ijika, around the mainland.
Oh, were they diving accidents or something?
I guess so. It still seems it's under investigation, though.
The sea hasn't been that rough lately. But I guess it is a dangerous job, so you never know what might happen.
Still, 2 Ama divers going missing one after the other is pretty unusual. So it does make you wonder. It wasn't that long ago there was all that talk of human bones being found at the sea near Toba. Do you know?
I remember that, yeah. Isn't that also near Ijika?
Maybe this is why Chie was going on about bad omens.
Yeah, it's definitely worrying news. Now the normal news. How about the normal news?
So we got a bunch of tourists visiting right now, as usual. But what's really got people talking is that there are 2 foreigners among them today.
Oh, really? Heard that the Issei Grand Heard that the Issei Grand Shrine sees a lot of foreign visitors, but it's unusual for them to come to the outlying islands like this. What's more, it seems they've been going around asking a bunch of questions. And get this. Apparently they said they've come here looking for mermaids. Mermaids? Curious, right? Yeah, right when we were looking into them, too. And that's not all. For some reason, they were asking about your mom, Mare Minakuchi, too. So that's Yumeko and Soto, probably. What? But why would foreign visitors be asking about my mom? Seems like people think they're pretty shady. I was told not to go near them and everything. No, I definitely want to hear what they have to say. I wonder where they are now. They're probably still on Kamishima, at least. Though the question is where. Well, I guess we see two Westerners around, we'll know who they are, huh? Apparently, they were an older man and a young... Okay, they're different, okay. Not different people. Okay, it's that Luna Muna Puna lady. Yeah, I'm sure we'll know when we see them. Hope we manage to find them. Okay, looks like that's all the info we're going to get around here. Let's try going somewhere else. Town clock. So maybe we have to exhaust all our options here before we... Well, if it isn't Shotaro... Hey there, you two. Just the men I wanted to see. You wouldn't happen to seen Sato around, would you? Sato? No, I haven't seen her today. She was supposed to meet with me earlier, but she never showed. She didn't show? Did something happen? Oh, I'm sure just because of my old man's ridiculous request earlier. Honestly, I don't know what he was thinking. But he really has been acting off lately. I can't believe he'd say something like that. Is something wrong? Oh, pardon me, it's nothing for you two to worry about. Oh, by the way, Yuza, I hear you've become an Alma diver? Yes, but I was told to stop, so I'm currently on extended, if not permanent, leave. Oh, don't let it get to you. I, for one, think you should go for it. Imagine everyone's been using your mother as an excuse, saying she brought bad luck to the island or some such. Wow, that's exactly it. Do you know why everyone keeps saying Yuza's mom was a bad omen, Shotaro? Yes, what was it again? Something about her being the Raging Waves curse-bearer. The what? Raging Waves? The Raging Waves curse-bearer. Raging Waves is, well, exactly what you'd think it means, and the curse-bearer has the power to call forth that calamity of the sea. My old man was going on about it earlier, but it's probably just superstitious nonsense. Don't pay it any mind. But I really should get going. Let me know if you see Sato, okay? See you later. Ugh. I'm pretty curious about what Shotaro said. Yeah, the Raging Waves curse-bearer. If people really see my mom in that way, maybe we should ask Mr. Wakamura what he knows. Worth a shot, at least. Anyway, let's keep moving. Okay, so we've got the Torii, the shrine. Oh, it's the ladies. Huh? Huh? Tsukasa, Sato, what's going on?
Well... I'm sorry, I can't explain it right now. Tsukasa, come on. We're drawing too much attention here.
Hey. What was that all about? Something was definitely up with them. Yeah, they practically ran off when they saw us. Tsukasa was crying. What the hell could have happened? I'm worried too, but Sato said she can't explain right now. I'm sure that means they'll tell us what's up later. She probably got rejected by Shotaro. Because she wanted to give him a love letter earlier. Or love letter in a previous segment. Yeah, so yeah, she got kicked to the curb. True, we shouldn't grill them if they're not ready to talk about it. Still, I get the feeling we probably shouldn't tell Shotaro what we saw, Probably shouldn't tell Shotaro we saw Sato here. Yeah, let's keep this to ourselves until we learn a bit more. Okay. Now let's see if Chie's kind of fucked off. So we can, Yeah, old man Wakamura, you mind if we ask you something real quick? Just one thing after another today. What now? Zami and the Minakuchi boy. I heard from Chie you two went out into the bay to do some diving earlier. Well, I got a bone to pick with you, and there's no time like the present. Okay. So, boy, you serious about wanting to become an Ama diver? Huh? I thought at first you'd come up here to get my permission to dive. Now I hear you've been running around looking into Mara Minakuchi. What's the meaning of this? To be honest, we have been asking around. I guess there was no hiding it from you. Yuza, you sure this is okay? Probably best to be honest about things now, Izami. Just like you said, we've been trying to find out more about my mom. Knew it. Anyway, my point is, no more sticking your nose where it don't belong, got it? Most of all, no becoming an Ama diver. Local magnate Shinobu Wakamura. So, if I give up on becoming an Ama diver and fall in line, will you tell me about my mom? All the sniffing around you're doing sure ain't telling in line, that's for sure. Besides, you should be asking Suyu about this business, not me. Gotta know more than I do. Oh? So, Suyu really does know more than she's letting on. Gran said she doesn't know anything about my mom, though. So she even said that to you. What do you mean? Well, I don't know that much myself. Suyu's always been tight-lipped about Mara Minakuchi, where she came from, what her deal was. So you've been saying Yuza's mom is to blame for that massive storm, even though you don't know for sure? Suyu ain't said nothing to deny it. Speaks for itself, don't it? If you don't like what you're hearing, you should go ask Suyu about it yourselves. Mr. Wakamura, what is the Raging Waves curse bearer? Well, where'd you hear about that? I gotta be Shotaro boy can never keep his mouth shut. Word, it's some sort of curse that whips the waves into a frenzy. Does something like that really exist? It does. Southern Sea disaster from 5 years ago was caused by that very same curse. The curse of the Raging Waves? And your mother, Mari Minakuchi, was the one who brought it down on us. That storm was no natural disaster, it was entirely preventable. We'd only stopped her from going to the bay that day, Kamishima wouldn't have had to suffer such a tragedy. What? My mom would never have done something like that. Just 'cause you don't remember don't mean she wasn't up to something out there. As to whether it was intentional or not, who can say, but it don't make a difference either way. I don't get how you can say Miss Mari was a curse bearer or whatever if you didn't know anything about her. Do you have any proof? Proof? Got the words of a trustworthy sorcerer backing me up, that's all the proof I need. A sorcerer? You're basing all this on what some woo-woo wizard said? Give me a break. You can believe what you like. Don't change the fact that curses and spirits are as real as anything else. Well, I don't have time to butt heads with you two, but I know what I'm saying is the honest truth. It's like there's no point in trying to change his mind. Old man's as stubborn as a mule. So you really think there's a storm coming, and that storm is caused by a curse? Of course I do. Some fellas who said they were with the police dropped by to warn me about it yesterday, in fact. The police? Why would the police be warning you about a curse? I reckon they were just phonies trying to take advantage of the curse for their own benefit. But even you two must have noticed that rumbling coming from the sea over in the last few days, right? That's proof of the curse of the raging waves is getting stronger. That's why you've been telling everyone to stop taking their boats out and to prepare for a storm? Sure is. Naturally, they just can't come out and say it. It's cause of a curse. No telling when or where it'll rear its head. It's too dangerous to go out on the water in these circumstances.
Even so, we'll have to take our boats out again eventually. We can't keep them off the sea forever.
You're damn tootin', which is why I gotta find a way to stop the curse as soon as possible.
Why would a curse be affecting the sea around here, though?
Seems like you two still don't believe me. Fine. Let's see if this'll change your minds. A long time back, there used to be another island to the south of here. Taishima, it was called.
Taishima? This is the first I've heard of it.
They say it was devastated by an earthquake and tsunami nearly 400 years ago. But the truth of the matter is that raiders overran the island and slaughtered every last one of the people who lived there. The murdered islanders' resentments gave rise to the curse of the raging waves. And the resultant storm and tsunami sank the island to the bottom of the sea, raiders and all.
Is that true?
That curse still roiling around the sea, roiling about in the seas near here to this day. There's one little push and that storm could come barreling down on Kamishima next.
A push?
Something that would awaken the islanders' anger again, such as someone with ties to those raiders, say a descendant of theirs, drawn near to where Taishima was.
A descendant? Wait, you're saying my mom was a descendant of the raiders who attacked Taishima?
Sure I am, and as her son, you share her blood.
But how could that...
On the natural, everyone would see you as a bad omen, no? I really didn't want you back on the island, you know. You should be grateful I didn't have you shipped back to the mainland on the next ferry.
You're telling me that's how everyone's seen Yuza and his folks all this time? It's fine, Izami. Let's hear the rest of what he has to say. Okay. Are you saying that the reason the curse of the raging waves reawakened too, is because I came back to Kamishima?
Nah, there were signs even before you came back, so the direct cause was probably something else. That still don't change the fact that you're a bad omen, though.
How are you even planning to stop the curse?
That ain't none of your concern. You just sit tight at home and stay out of my way. And I don't want to hear any more about you going out to sea. Are we clear? And that's all I'm going to say on the matter. Should be clear now just how much of a danger you are to the island. Now get yourselves home and stay put.
Seems like that's all we're going to get out of him. Maybe we could ask Suyu about what we just heard. She might be able to tell us more. Okay. Alright, Grands. You got some splaining to do. Lucy, you got some splaining to do.
Alright. Oh, was there something else you needed, Yuza?
By the way, Gran, we just went to talk to Mr. Wakamura, and there's something we wanted to ask you about.
Oh, what was that? My hearing's been off all day recently, you see.
Please don't say that. A lot of Ama divers have hearing problems, so it's not really a laughing matter.
Someone has no sense of humor.
So, did you know that everyone thought Mom was the Raging Waves curse bearer?
Wow. I'm impressed you managed to say that without stuttering.
So, you have heard of it before.
Oh, drat me and my big mouth.
He said Mom was descended from the ones who first called forth the curse, or something like that. And that's why everyone is so concerned with what I get up to. Is it true, though?
Well, if you know that much, I suppose I can tell you, too, the truth. If I just rest up a bit, I'll be up and around again in no time. I want the two of you to come to the southern bay later, once the sun's gone down.
Right. Thanks, Gran. You can't tell us about us now? Or tell it about us. Tell us about it now.
I think it'd be easier to show you what I mean.
Okay, we'll be at the bay at sundown, but if you're not feeling up to it, don't push yourself, okay?
No need to rush now. I'll tell you everything later. You'll want to prepare yourself for this one.
Okay.
Okay, we can end the convo now. We're going out again for a bit, Gran.
Got it. You two take care, okay?
Let's see. Alright, is it later? Okay, she's back there.
Oh, it looks Kikiko's back. Want to try talking to her again?
Yeah, let's give it a shot.
Oh, what now? I had my fill of shady rumors for the day, okay? If you want to talk, let's talk about something fun instead.
Something fun. Got any ideas, Yuza?
Well, how about this? Something fun.
Did you go diving today as well, Kikiko?
Oh, you mean that whole thing about how no one... Oh, you mean that whole thing about how we're supposed to stay out of the sea? No one I know was paying attention to that. I took a boat out into the bay from the northern shore, but it didn't end up with much to show for it.
The North Sea, huh? Did anyone go with you?
Nah, I went by myself. Why do you ask?
No particular reason, just taking notes for later.
I see, you're really serious about becoming an armor diver, huh? It'd be a real shame if you didn't become one with that enthusiasm. I'd like to help, but the timing's really not been the best right now.
It's okay, any information you can give me is help enough.
Sorry, I'll help out when things have died down, okay?
Let's see, have I...
By the way, Yuza, how much practice did you manage to get in today?
Enough to be able to do most things comfortably, I think.
For sure. I can tell you've improved a lot just by the way you carry yourself. You must have a real talent for diving if you were able to improve that much in just one day.
Well, it's pretty impressive you can tell all that just by looking at him.
Hey, I thought of a way I can show my support. If you manage to get a high score of 2,000 points in one diving session, I'll give you a special prize.
Whoa, isn't that great, Yuza? What was your highest score today again?
Let's see. I think it was 2390.
Oh, we smashed it.
Oh, wow, you really did it.
I sure did.
That's amazing, Yuza.
I guess you earned... Alright, guess you earned yourself a prize. Here you go, a rare bird sticker I found while diving the other day.
Okay, Mockingbird discovered. Who is that? Who is that handsome fella? Go to files. And we have numero 5, Albatross Boss. Okay. Yeah, look at them. These are very, very handsome birds. Handsome burbs. Okay, you found 5... What the fuck? This is new. You found 5 mockingbirds. You can now access the mockingbird relationship. What the shit is this? Hold on. Culture Society. Mockingbirds. Alright. Okay, well, I'm a quarter of the way done. From the story okay, gotta wait till I'm back there. Okay. You lucky dog. I didn't think you'd get a new Mockingbird sticker so soon. Looks like a rare one, too.
Oh, really? Nice.
Once you become a proper armor diver, I'll tell you all the good diving spots I know.
Okay, about those boxes we helped you with just now, was that the delivery everyone was expecting?
Yep, the latest Kamishima merch, hot off the presses.
I thought so. What do we have this time?
You want to know?
I'll bet Azami's been keen to... I bet Azami's keen to find out. He's always been wearing that t-shirt. Sure am. Gotta show the world how much I love Kamishima.
Tourists seem to love that shirt, too. You're wearing it all the time should make for great advertising. Anyway, the latest addition to our souvenir lineup is this.
A paddle. That a yaoi paddle. A hand mirror.
Oh, it's a mirror. Okay. Bingo! A specially made hand mirror for a Kamishimaru design on the back. So, what do you think? Looks great. Why did you go with another hand mirror, though? Well, mirrors are a pretty prominent symbol of protection for sailors. Comes from the hope that the sea will be as smooth as glass, I guess. There are even regions where mirrors are used as offerings to the sea god. Oh, that's cool. With all these people living on the island and surrounded by the sea, I can see why mirrors are seen as symbols of good fortune here. And it's small enough to fit into your pocket, too. It's both cute and practical. Oh, you really thought of everything, huh? I've actually been handing these out to Alma divers around the island since yesterday. I told them it was a charm and that they should hang on to it for good luck. Oh, and so everyone has one? That's kinda nice. Another way to bring this all together. You're an Alma diver too, right, Yuza? Why don't you take one? Alright, I don't know if it's okay to count you as an Alma diver given what happened earlier. Oh, like it really matters. We've got plenty. You should take one too. Thanks. Sorry for the trouble. Hand mirror acquired. It's in our inventory. It's no big deal. I just don't want you to feel left out or anything. I guess that means Azami's getting one as well. Here you go.
We got matching mirrors. We are mirror bros.
Well, really? I'm always down for more Kamashimaru merch. Sure thing. Keep it safe and sound in your pocket, and maybe it'll keep you safe too. Okay, Everyone else was really happy to get theirs too. Even your grandma seemed to like it, Yuza. Said she'd be sure to use it from now on. Really? I'm glad to hear it. Okay, foreign visitors. By the way, have you seen the 2 foreign tourists that were supposed to be visiting today? Wait a sec. Foreign tourists here today? No way. What do they look like? Did they have blonde hair? Were they cool? I'm not sure. We don't know that much about it. I guess that means you haven't seen them either, though. Yeah, I guess they didn't come this way. Hey, now, you you two better not be thinking of following them around to gop.
2 years of gop. Or what's a glop?
You don't want them to think we're all unsophisticated louts out here, do you?
Weren't you just asking whether they were cool or not?
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. But if you see them, you'll come and tell me, right?
Okay, we will.
Man, I sure hope I run into those foreigners before they leave.
She's not even to try to hide what she really thinks anymore. Okay, They said fun stuff. Guess we'll try to exhaust our... You have any tips that might help while diving?
Hey, now, that's like basically asking me to give away free company secrets for free.
Oh, no, I didn't mean anything like that. Just the basics would be helpful.
The basics, how about this, then? Sometimes your foot can get caught in rocks while you're swimming, so you should always stay aware of your surroundings.
So being too focused on your catch can get you into trouble. That makes sense.
If you swim hard enough, you should be able to free yourself, so don't panic too much when it happens, okay?
Thanks, I'll be careful if I'm ever allowed to go diving again, that is. Yeah. Okay, so that actually did happen to us. That actually did happen. Okay, starfish. Keep swimming. Okay, the sea is a dangerous place, and there's no way of telling what dangers lurk in its depths. Be careful to avoid suspicious-looking places. If your foot gets stuck between the rocks and you can't get out, keep swimming to free yourself. Okay.
That's all I got for now. If you want more tips, try asking Suyu,
which we've done. Okay, Kamashimaru. Oh yeah, there's something I've been wondering for a while.
Yeah?
Were you the one who came up with the idea for Kamashimaru, Kikako?
Nope, I can't take credit for that one.
Oh, right. I forgot you didn't know, Yuza. Know what?
At one point, the local youth organization was trying to come up with souvenir ideas for tourists. Tsukasa stepped up and suggested creating a mascot character for Kamishima. She even drew the design for it. Mascot characters are all the rage nowadays, you know? They're even mascots for the World Cup Expo and the Japan Games. Oh, I see, so Tsukasa drew this. I only heard about it after the fact, too. I didn't know she was so good at drawing. And it's not just a cute little turtle, the unique look on its face makes a big impression. Yeah, the old guys didn't seem too sure about it at first, though. But thanks to Izami's fervent endorsement, it ended up making the cut. I just didn't want Tsukasa's design to go to waste, you know. She put a lot of effort into it. I think it's a great mascot, too, for what it's worth. How interesting. I'm glad I asked. Kamishimaru. A mascot character created specifically for Kamishima as a part of the local youth organization's efforts to boost the island's economy and strengthen the community. The design selected for the project was envisioned by Tsukasa Awao, a local high school student. As a symbol of Kamishima, it can be seen on a wide variety of merchandise sold in the shops on the island, including keychains, flags, and hand towels. A surprising number of tourists had found themselves charmed by the turtle character's peculiar, sleepy expression, enough so that its merchandise is often in short supply. Alright. There's a bunch of Kamishimaru merch now. Keychains, notepads, you name it. If you want any, just let me know. I wonder if that's going to be a part of this game's official merch line. Since they're already not so subtly hinting at it here. Serious stuff. Okay, the music cut out. Have you heard about the two Alma divers from the mainland who went missing? Of course I have. They evidently disappeared one right after the other. I guess it's a reminder of just how dangerous the sea can be. Hearing news like that is always pretty sobering. Do you think they were just accidents? Well, some of the other divers think it's a sign that something bad's gonna happen. You should probably keep quiet about this, Yuza. If you start bringing it up, people will get suspicious. That's probably true, yeah. Personally, though, I think they were probably just unfortunate accidents. I hope they're both found safe and sound. Okay. Curse of the Raging Waves. Alright. Have you ever heard of the Curse of the Raging Waves? Okay, the music dropped out again. Now it's serious time. Nope, never heard of it. What is it? Well, we went to talk to Mr. Wakamura just now. Wait, so you mean the disaster 5 years ago was caused by some curse, and that same curse is going to cause the same thing to happen again? So it seems. The hell's he on about, trying to pass things off as some occult trap? Don't tell me you two believe in that rubbish. Well, it did seem pretty believable. Oh, please, he's obviously feeding you a load of nonsense. I don't know if you two are aware, but there are rumors the old man's been really into the shade of sorcerer recently. Sorcerer? Yeah, some sort of miracle worker over in Tokyo or something. Apparently, he'll do anything they say. That's probably why he's going on about curses and stuff. Shitaro did say he's been behaving oddly recently. Even Shitaro thinks so? Then that's got to be it. So, it's just a hoax? You shouldn't pay any mind to that hogwash. Besides, it doesn't bother you that he's trying to pin the disaster on some sort of crazy curse? Alright, well, we can end our convo here. We've exhausted our trees. Oh, was that all? I'll be getting back to work then. Okay, we're at the jetty. Gotta get a hold of Grams again. Oh, was there something else you needed, Yuza? Okay. What else can we do? Well, we can try to go by the residence again.
Okay, no more info there. Maybe someone will be at the shrine. Let's see. Okay, nobody at the shrine. Town clock. Oh, damn it. Ugh, Chie.
You two again wandering around poking your noses in the business you shouldn't be? How about you stop messing around and just give up already? Nothing you're gonna do is gonna make me change my mind. Saying this for your sake as much as anyone else's, Minakuchi boy. Try to understand my position, eh?
For my sake?
You managed to survive that disaster 5 years ago. Some would call it a miracle, even. Wouldn't it do to this? It wouldn't do to see that miracle go to waste, would it? Maybe I flew off the handle a bit earlier, ended up coming off a bit stronger than I meant to. Can't tell you anything about your mother, but believe me when I say it's best you let sleeping dogs lie.
Okay, let's go by this. Chie, we heard that 2 Alma divers from the mainland went missing in some sort of accident.
You heard right.
Do you think that's a bad omen as well?
I do. I'm well aware just how dangerous the sea can be, but 2 divers getting caught up in accidents, going missing one right after the other. That tells me there's something off with the sea itself. Something's going on in the sea around these parts, mark my words.
Okay, foreign visitors. That should probably be our favorite fucking subject. Ooh, I almost forgot to ask if the 2 foreign tourists come by here at all.
Sure did, saw 'em just now, actually.
What? Do you know where they went?
Yeah, looked like they were heading to the lighthouse, from what I could tell.
The lighthouse, huh? Gotcha. Okay. Lighthouse. Kamishima Lighthouse. A lighthouse on the eastern side of Kamishima, the narrow passage between Cape Arago and Kamishima has long been known to be difficult to navigate, particularly at night, so much so that it has been featured alongside the whirlpools of Awa and the Ondo no Seto Strait in sailor songs about the most feared waterways. Following its construction in the Meiji era, spurred by reports of warships striking reefs in the area, the lighthouse has continued to stand watch over the waters of the island, ensuring safe passage to all who travel them. Okay.
Don't go following them around just 'cause we don't see many foreign folks around these parts, you hear?
Okay.
I said it before and I'll say it again, no diving. My stance there hasn't changed a bit, you hear?
Damn, guess that's that.
By the by, where'd you go diving today?
Oh, well. Yuza wanted a particular spot, so we went about 5 kilometers south of the island.
Say what? What were you thinking diving in the Southern Sea of all places? You got even less sense than I thought. You know full well that everyone avoids that area because of the disaster 5 years ago.
Yeah, I know. But Azami and I both lost family in the disaster too. We wanted to take the chance to pay our respects. So shove it.
Well, I can't say I don't get how you feel. Well, that strange rumbling I told you about is coming from the south. Just do me a favor and stay away from the sea, alright?
Alright.
I ain't gonna get nothing from my hair.
Okay. Curse of the Raging Waves. Is this about how Yuza's mom caused that curse? The curse of the Raging Waves or whatever?
So, you already know. Heard it all from Shinobu, I'll wager.
Do you believe in the curse, Mrs. Chie?
Course I do. At the very least, I know it's not some old wives' tale. I'm not saying you have to believe it too, though. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to talk about the woman or anything, but there was obviously something up with Mare Minakuchi 5 years back. She always seemed anxious and on edge, and then the disaster struck. Might be I'm just reading too much into it, but I can't shake these doubts of mine either. We all done here, you two should leave dealing with island matters to Shinobu from now on. Keep your heads down and stay out of trouble, you hear?
Yeah. Well, that was something. She isn't a bad person at heart, but she sure is stubborn. Yeah. Well, we can go to the lighthouse now. Now, what do they got for us here? What do they got for us here yonder? Oh, looks like we found them. Looks like we found them. That looks like them, all right. Excuse me? You rang? Do my eyes deceive me? Could these young islanders have come all the way here to talk to us? Welcome to Kamishima Lighthouse. There's not much here, but please make yourselves at home. Thanks for having us? Why is he the one welcoming us? It's because most people here have been avoiding him. He's excited someone finally wants to talk. Oh. Anyway, we were wondering if you could spare us a moment to talk. Wait, before you do, shall we play a game? I want to guess why you've come to talk to us. May I? Sure. It's probably safe to assume you know we've been making the rounds here asking questions. Indeed, it was most likely hearing such news that incited you to climb all the way up here to meet us, which means... I've got it. We've almost certainly done something to offend the good people of this island, committed some manner of ill-mannered faux pas. You must have come to tell us that the lighthouse is off-limits to everyone except authorized personnel. Actually, no. Oh, the bitter taste of failure, and thus does my stint as an aspiring detective end in, let's see, ignominy. I'd say that whole show is kind of a social faux pas, at least.
Oh, don't worry, he's always like this. He'll bounce back in no time.
I see, he must be pretty resilient. Since you didn't guess right, do you mind if I continue? Oh ho, asking my permission, are we? Well, then, by all means, permission granted. Thank you. Yes, my name is Arnav Barnum. You can call me Avi as a sign of our newfound friendship, and also because I like it better. Arnav Barnum, tourist. Okay then, Avi. Ah, such a pleasing ring to it. And what can I do for you, young man? Will this girl be your daughter? Not quite. Miss Circe Lunarlight is here as a distant relative of mine.
Yes, Miss Circe Lunarlight would be me. Nice to meet you.
I'm Yuza Minakuchi, a resident of Kamishima, and this is... Azami Kumawai, nice to meet you. Yuza and Azami, huh? The pleasure's mine. Wait, Minakuchi? Oh ho, so we've piqued your interest, have we? I'm a fantasy writer by trade with a reach spanning the Atlantic from Bonnie, England to vast America.
Not that any of his books sell at all.
That's right, for some reason no one buys my novels. Quite the mystery, no? Alas, a fantasy writer has no need for mysteries. What's that? I earn more as an occult writer, so that might as well be my main job now? Humbug, I say, stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax. I see. In any case, I'm just your average free spirit, footloose, fancy-free, and all of that. What's that? You're wondering if my bohemian nature is the reason I remain unattached and unwed? Humbug say, stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax. Bruh, you got the young lady with you there. I hope you realize how sus this looks. You seem to be enjoying yourself. I am indeed. Why not give it a try yourself? 1, 2, 3... Oh, I'm good, actually. Thanks. Impressive.
As it is, I concede doing this pose 3 times might have been a bit much, yes.
This Azami guy sure is hard to keep up with.
At any rate, I found myself with a pressing need to visit your fair country for research. Fortunately, young Circe has, just happened to be studying in Japan and kindly agreed to accompany me as my guide.
Oh shit, hiccups. Your guide? Hold on, let me hold my breath for a bit.
Now, let's see where that gets us. Indeed, she's quite the enthusiast when it comes to Japanese folklore and occult phenomenon, and such a pleasure to converse with as well.
Shit.
Hold on, I'm gonna need more water for this. I'm gonna cure my hiccups real quick. Give me a sec.
I forgot to unmute. I forgot to fucking unmute. Oh, you know what? You can rewind and add the voices yourself. So basically, all we were doing is, okay, the Yamato no Hime Mikoto, Empress of Ancient Japan, searching for a suitable place to enshrine Amaterasu 2,000 years ago, found a place to establish the Grand Issei Shrine, Issei Grand Shrine, Eternal World, Perpetual Paradise, that bullshit. And slow down, sister, what does that mean? We learned about it in our local history classes that you slept through. You got slobber on your desk, Azami. Oh yeah. Good times, good times. Basically, Issei is such a sacred place, even the ancient gods took a liking to it, right?
Exactly, it has such an enchanting vibe. Just being here enough is to have my nose gushing. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Tone it down a notch or 10. We're not here to listen to you. We're not here to listen to learn about how you get your rocks off, lady. But the residents wouldn't be feeling too hot if our noses kept bleeding all the time. One thing's for sure, you seem to really like Isashime. As a local, I'm super happy to hear that. No, not. Hold on. What are we... Open the updates page, okay. Okay, Arnav Barnum, nickname Avi, a fantasy author and occult journalist whose books are published in both America and England, but they don't sell well. Unmarried, he has come to look for a mermaid. Oh, is he looking for a mermaid? Because a mermaid would be a more suitable wife. Oh, kind of like those passport bros who go to third world countries to find women who will suck them off because they can't find anyone who will put up with their shit in the countries they're actually from. I know your fucking game, man. I know your game. Okay, a young girl from England, currently on exchange from Japan. She aims to harbor an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. So, what brings you to Kamishima today? I'm glad you asked, young Yuza. We were hoping to pick your brains on the topic as well. There wouldn't happen to be any legends concerning mermaids passed down on this island, would there? So you really are looking for mermaids? Oh, indeed we are. You know what mermaids are, yes? I refer, of course, to the mythical half-human, half-fish creature. Sure, we know that much, at least. Ah, then may I be able to provide a modicum of additional information on the subject? Additional information? Well, you see, you may be aware that the typical Western mermaid is envisioned as having the lower half of a fish and the top half of a human woman. It's though that this interpretation has its origins in another sea monster, the sirens of Greek mythology. Their claim to fame is surfacing near reefs and bewitching sailors with their beautiful voices. Andersen's fairy tale, The Little Mermaid, is a famous example of this type of mermaid. Indeed, it caused this image to enter common knowledge. Yeah, that's what comes to mind when I think of a mermaid, when I think of mermaids too. A typical mermaid, right? But the mermaid that appears on ancient Japanese folklore is quite different. This mermaid only has the head of a human, with the rest of its body being a fish. It appears it was seen as more of an evil spirit or a yokai in nature. The legend that eating its flesh will grant immortality also implies that it was seen as more fish than human. Sure, that makes sense. People would definitely think twice about eating something that looked human, huh? This isn't to say there's a difference between Eastern and Western interpretations of mermaids, mind you. One could rather assume that there are several different types of creature that can be encompassed by the term mermaid. After all, there are also reports of more humanoid or demi-human mermaids being sighted in Japan in later years. Different types of mermaids, huh? Personally, I think lumping the two under the same appellation, that's the first time I've heard that fucking word, is a mistake. After all, they're two different creatures that just happen to share the same trait of being half fish, half human. It leads to misunderstandings when conflicting stories get passed down, and then the whole concept gets treated as a cult malarkey. I think I see what you mean. Listening to you talk about them, it sounds like you believe mermaids really exist, Avi. But of course I do. After all, I didn't come to research mermaids. I came to look for mermaids. Bum bum bum! This is all very compelling. Isn't it? I think this is the first time someone's agreed with me on the matter. Okay. Find out a little more about them. Will you be staying on Kamishima tonight? If you need somewhere to stay, I know a few places.
Oh, we've actually booked a guest house back on the mainland. We'll be taking the last ferry back after this.
Oh, I guess you don't have much time left then, huh? Okay, now let's inquire about mermaids more deeply. And that brings me to my next question. You wouldn't happen to have any local info on mermaids, would you? Unfortunately, I've never heard of any folklore about mermaids here. I see. That would align with the answers we've received to our further inquiries thus far. And it would seem our investigation has branded us as certified weirdos. Most everyone now turns us a blind eye as well as a deaf ear. Well, it's probably not because of that. I mean, isn't there supposed to be a huge occult craze going on in Japan right now? I assumed everyone would be jumping at the chance to discuss cryptids. Pretty sure that's just a small group of enthusiasts getting worked up. A very vocal minority, yeah?
If you're that interested in the occult, what brought you all the way to Kamishima? Do you have a reason to believe mermaids could be found here?
An excellent question, I do indeed. More precisely, I had reason to believe they could be found around Taishima, an island that no longer exists.
Taishima?
Indeed, I obtained this information through personal research, so I imagine it's not common knowledge. But some say there were 3 mermaids. Sobe? Oh, like the Sobe drink, so be it. Yeah, from back in like the late 90s, early 2000s. The lizard bottle drink. Okay, Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase living in the seas around Taishima 400 or so years ago.
3 of them? And you even know their names?
We didn't even know Taishima existed until today. It seems a deliberate decision was made not to leave any records of Taishima's existence, which would obviously lead one to believe something is being concealed. On that note, did you know that records remain of several other sightings of mermaids in Issei Bay?
What, really?
That's right. Legends about mermaids exist throughout Japan, and this region is no exception. In particular, there are reports of mermaids having been discovered in Sioux City and Issei City, both of which border Issei Bay.
Whoa, I had no idea.
I've jotted down some notes on these legends, so please take a look if you're interested.
Alright, nope, not you. Okay, Issei Bay Mermaid Legend. Okay, the mermaids of the Betsuho. According to the Komonju, a collection of notable tales, old and new, but they're all old at this point, an anthology of spoken stories compiled in the 13th century, 3 mermaids were discovered caught in a fisherman's net in Betsuo, in Issei Province, modern-day Nakabepo, Kawage town in Sioux City. The mermaid of Futamigawara. There were a total of 6 mermaid sightings mentioned in the Kagenki, the ancient annals of the Horyuji Temple, covering the latter half of the Kamakura period. Kamakura Yas Queen, a period to the Nanbokucho period. One of these entries describes a mermaid sighting in Futami, Issei Province, modern-day Futami Town in Issei City. The second year of the Enbun era, 1357, the mermaid was subsequently named Enmeiju, a name composed of characters affiliated with long life. Anno Towns Yao Bikuni. Although the exact period is unclear, legends tell of a girl named Osato from Kasawa, an Anno town of Age District, who became immortal after eating the flesh of a mermaid and went on to become Yao Bikuni, a nun who lived for 800 years, and the 3 mermaids of Taishima. While this information is not recorded in any literature, according to Avi's research, the 3 mermaids, Sobe, Nagami, and Hayase, purportedly lived on Taishima, an island said to have sunk about 400 years ago. Alright.
Thanks, this is all very interesting. So, which type of mermaid are you looking for, Avi?
Well, it seems a lot of the mermaid sightings around Issei Bay were fish mermaids.
Fish mermaids?
But the mermaids sighted around Taishima were apparently the human mermaid sort. So it stands to reason that mermaids around here would be human mermaids as well.
By human mermaids, you mean the sort that are closer to humans than fish, right?
Indeed. The ones closer to fish, meanwhile, are known as fish mermaids, or that's what I call them anyway.
I see.
I don't know whether that makes it easier to understand or more complicated.
In that case, mermaids whose flesh would make you immortal... Okay, mermaids whose flesh would make you immortal if you eat it would have to be fish mermaids then, right?
Another fine question. It is indeed difficult to imagine people eating the flesh of human mermaids. But I personally believe that human mermaids have the power to bestow immortality on people.
Oh, I wonder.
About another refresher on myth and legend. Are either of you familiar with a place called Ryugu?
Ryugu? Is it related to Ryugu Palace that appears in the tale of the Urashima Taro?
Just so. It could well be considered the inspiration for the undersea palace in that familiar fairy tale. Whoa, I was right. What do we got here? Tale of Urashima Taro. Okay, long ago a youth by the name of Urashima Taro. I need another sip. Okay. Long ago, a youth by the name of Urashima Taro lived in a village by the sea. One day, upon rescuing a sea turtle that was being bullied on the beach, Taro was amazed when the turtle thanked him by inviting him to the Ryugu There was a segment in Okami that was very similar to this. The legendary undersea palace of the dragon. Yeah. They're getting their ancient lore from similar sources. Okay. The legendary undersea palace of the Dragon King is a token of his gratitude for his kindness. Ryugu Palace was a wondrous place with a beauty unlike anything found on the surface world. The Princess of Ryugu Palace, Otohime, received him with great hospitality. Taro spent his days treated to elegant dances performed by sea breams and flounders, and satisfied by extravagant feasts, spending his days as if in a dream. After spending some time enjoying this luxurious lifestyle, Taro began to miss his village. He asked Otohime for permission to return home, and although sad to see him go, the princess granted his request. As a parting gift, she handed him a mysterious box, a tamate bako, but warned him never to open it. This is like Pandora's box. Okay. Thinking this strange, but agreeing to Otohime's request nonetheless, Taro accepted the tamate bako and set back towards his village on Turtleback. Upon reaching his village, Taro realized everything was different. The house he had lived in was gone, and there was no sign of his parents or anyone he had known. What he had believed to be just a short sojourn in Ryugu Palace had in fact been several hundred years on the surface, and the village and people he had once known were no more. Overcome with despair, Taro turned to the tamate bako he had been gifted in a final grasp at hope. As he opened the box, a thick white smoke engulfed him, and in that instant, the hundreds of years that had passed caught up with him, turning him into an old man.
The Ryu dragon surely refers to the god of the sea. It's not uncommon for deities associated with water to be serpentine in nature. This would then make Ryugu the palace where the god of the sea resides, the palace of the Dragon King.
I had no idea Ryugu's palace was based on something else.
Ryugu is known for being home to the priestesses, plural, who attend the god of the sea. These women are collectively known to, or collectively referred to as Otohime.
Oh yeah, Princess Otohime appeared in the tale of Urashima Taro, didn't she?
Yeah, but she was described as the ruler of Ryugu Palace in the fairy tale, so she was actually a priestess? A slight embellishment to make for a more interesting story, I assume. Hardly uncommon. There's also another interesting theory about the Otohime of Ryugu. It's said that they were half-fish, half-human women in appearance. In other words, they were mermaids.
Oh.
But what's that I hear you say? That's all well and good, but where is this Ryugu Palace anyway? You want to know? You're dying to know, aren't you? Very well then. Take it away, Cersei.
All right then, as a matter of fact, Ryugu is said to be the exact same place as the Eternal World I mentioned earlier.
Whoa, really?
In other words, the sea around Issei, which is said to consist of waves from the Eternal World, is in fact the location of Ryugu. And Ryugu is home to the Otohime mermaids, right?
That's right. What's more, as priestesses who live in a land said to be an eternal paradise, it wouldn't be that odd if they had some sort of power to grant immortality to humans. Even in the tale of Urashima Taro, Princess Otohime displayed an ability to influence the physical age of other people using the tamate bako. If the story has its basis in the ability of mermaids to influence human lifespans, that power of hers makes a lot more sense, don't you think?
I see. This is why you think human mermaids are able to grant immortality even without eating their flesh. Oh ho ho, you see. Intriguing, is it not?
But how would you even get to Ryugu?
Aha! What creature was responsible for bringing Urashima Taro to Ryugu in the eponymous tale?
That's right, a turtle, or kame. And what is the name of the island we're currently standing upon?
Oh, Kamishima.
And there you have the reason for our visit.
Do you believe there might be some clue as to how to get Ryugu to get to... Let's see. Do you believe there might be some sort of clue as to how to get to Ryugu hidden on Kamishima? Kamishima really have some sort of link to Ryugu?
What do we got? What do we got here? Okay, Ryugu. The tales of Ryugu, the abode of the god of the sea, exist in every area of Japan, posited by some theories to be the eternal world of legend. It is said to be a perpetual paradise connected to this world via the seabed that bestows everlasting youth and unnatural longevity to those who live there. Some tales also equate Ryugu with the underworld, the place where the dead journey after death. The tale of Urashima Taro, about a youth who was invited to the seafloor palace of the Ryugu, as thanks for rescuing a turtle, led to Ryugu's name becoming widely known throughout this country. In the story, a princess called Otahime serves as ruler of Ryugu Palace, but Otahime originally referred to priestesses serving the god of the sea who presided over Ryugu. Okay. Okay, we just did that. By the way, Yuza.
Yes?
You said your name was Yuza Minakuchi, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Mare Minakuchi?
Huh? Mare Minakuchi was my mom. She passed away in an accident 5 years ago.
Oh, I apologize for the indiscretion. My condolences. 5 years ago, You wouldn't happen to have inherited anything from your mother, would you?
No, but what do you mean? Why do you know about my mom? Did you have some sort of connection to mermaids?
Well, this is more related to my personal research, so I can't say for sure.
Please tell me I'm looking for mermaids. If you know anything, I have to know.
Well, now, you've certainly grown lively all of a sudden. Let's calm down a bit, shall we? Regrettably, the only lead I have is a rumor that suggests some connection between the mermaids and Mare Minakuchi.
A rumor? From where?
Oh, you want to know? Well, I suppose you would, wouldn't you? Very well, I'll tell you. I heard it from a descendant of the islanders who used to call Taishima home.
What? So someone survived the disaster that sunk Taishima, and their descendants are still around today?
Long story short, yes. Isn't it fascinating? This particular individual is also the one who told me about the 3 mermaids who were said to have lived on Taishima.
I see.
By the by, if you're also seeking mermaids, you must have some information of your own, yes? Surely this one-sided exchange of knowledge wounds your good conscience. Allow me to remedy that by accepting any information you have.
Yuza? Yeah, this is our best lead yet. Let's share what information we can. You see, and then time passes.
Oh, so you were saved by a mermaid during the disaster 5 years ago. Can you believe the mermaid in question might have been your mother?
Yeah, I know it sounds pretty far-fetched. And I know some of it probably comes from me wanting her to still be alive.
Oh no, on the contrary, I find it very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Why, you ask?
Why?
There's a rumor about one of the 3 mermaids who used to live around Taishima. They say she took on human form several decades ago and has lived among humans ever since.
What? No way! That would fit perfectly with our theory.
Ha ha! Well, I'd be surprised as well. This is my surprised face, by the way. But it would be very interesting if that were the case.
Oh! Sorry, Avi, I think I'm at my limit.
Oh, my. That bad, is it?
Is something wrong?
My apologies. As much as I wish we could talk more, it would appear we're out of time. I'm afraid we must bid you goodbye for today.
Now that you mention it, if you're looking to make the last ferry, you'll probably want to be heading back soon. Wait, this is the most promising lead we've found. If you could stay just a bit longer.
Believe me, I'd love to continue our chat too, but that little lady's been feeling a bit under the weather ever since arriving here, you see. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. If you're not going to get another nosebleed, if you're feeling that bad, maybe you should stay the night after all.
Like you, I'm just about holding the nosebleed in. But I really should get off the island as soon as possible. Ever since arriving here, I've had this feeling that some terrible calamity is approaching.
A calamity? You can't mean... Oh, I forgot to mention, young Circe here is a bit sensitive to things in that sphere, if you catch my drift. Okay, but... As reluctant as I am to part ways, we must, really go. Many thanks for the information you shared, and never fear, we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yuza?
I'm sorry, excuse me.
Avi! You rang? If you happen to find any more leads on mermaids today, could you let me know as soon as possible, please? Oh, I didn't expect you to be all that interested. Very well, if I hear anything else, I'll be sure to let you know. If you could give me your contact information, perhaps? Thank you. Man, that sure was a stroke of good luck. I never thought they'd have so much info for us. We managed to learn a lot about it, but it seems like getting any more from them today will be a bit tough. I really need that information by tomorrow, though. Huh? We still not done, man. We still not done. Well, where else do we go? Okay, have we did it enough for now? Okay. Yeah, this is a long, kind of a long section. Do we go to the shrine now? Let's see. Doesn't look like it. No one's there. How about by the clock? Alright, the residence. Okay, now it went silent. Looks like the sun's starting to set. Why don't we go over what we've learned so far? Yeah, good idea. First, we learned that my mom was considered cursed by some of the islanders. Yeah, they said she was descended from the person who originally called forth the curse of the raging waves or something like that. And because he thinks the curse is about to break out again, Mr. Wakamura is currently trying to find a way to stop it. Not everyone on the island believes in it, though. Kikiko and Shitaru didn't seem to... Okay, Kikiko and Shitaru didn't seem to believe in it at all. Yeah. We also managed to speak to those two foreigners who were looking for mermaids. They sure were full of surprises. And there's that rumor about mermaids living near Taishima, a nearby island that was destroyed and that one of them assumed human form. Never thought we'd find something to support the idea that my mom might have been a mermaid. Whatever else we may have learned from this, the mermaid I encountered 5 years ago may very well have been one of those three living near Taishima. We also got some hints about where those mermaids might have come from. Yeah, there's a good chance they originally came from another worldly place called Ryugu. If they're in a place like that, I don't see how we could ever get to them, though. What that girl said about a calamity approaching is bothering me a bit, too. There's no way she should know about the curse of the raging waves, right? Do you think that means the curse is real after all? Oh. Azami, I just realized something. Yeah? If the curse of the raging waves is in danger of breaking out again, then wouldn't it mean that its curse bearer is still around today? Oh, damn, you're right. But your mom is, well, not with us anymore. Mr. Wakamura seems to think I wasn't the direct cause of the curse reappearing, too. Yeah, he'd probably be coming down on you even harder if he thought you were. So the person responsible would be someone who wasn't here 5 years ago, but is here now. Well, assuming the curse is real, anyway. Yeah. Still, I really do wonder if my mom had some sort of link with mermaids. I hope whatever Gran has to tell us sheds some light on things. You mean what she's planning to tell us at the bay tonight, yeah? Huh? What's wrong? There's a bunch of noise coming from Chuo Street. I think I heard screaming. Let's go.
Oh! 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 Why? Why?
What happened? What's wrong? Tsukasa, what's going on?
I don't. We were just, but then Sato just.
Yuza, look over there.
What?
Oh! Oh, she don't look so good. Sato, there's blood everywhere. What happened? She's not moving. Don't tell me she's dead.
Sato, suddenly we were just, but then she got cut down.
Well, whatever it was, we gotta get her to the clinic. Wait, what's happening?
Whoa! Sato, her wound is...
The wound is gone?
Sato! Sato, are you okay? Sato?
Oh, shit. Why is it? Town. Oh, what are you trying to tell me? Osato. Osato. What are you doing to me, game? What kind of malarkey are you trying to pull on me? Okay, so that bit unlocked. Time to meet up. Ooh, that seems... Oh, alright. Well... Let's look at these birds here. Okay, we actually get descriptions for these little bastards. Guess we can finish off with that. The top troublemaker of Blue's brutal beaks, a gang of delinquents from Ave's academy, who have recently been raking havoc throughout the region despite his cute snowball-like appearance. He's both fierce-tempered and ruthlessly territorial, and the force with which he flies at anyone who messes with the gang's turf is more like a bullet than a snowball. And what's the deal with you? Kiting Killer, or Kiting Killer, perhaps. The strategist of the Rebels' Roost delinquent crew, he can often be seen circling the skies over their territory, over on the lookout for intruders. Those unfortunate enough to be spotted by him will find themselves greeted by his signature dive bomb attack and grappling claws. He and Fastlane Frigate of the Bamboo Breakers dance team go way back, having fostered a mutual respect for each other's prowess during their sea racing days. Okay, over at the corner here, we've got Maverick Manny. Oh, so he's a Mandarin duck. A member of the Bamboo Breakers dance team, this lucky duck is envied far and wide as the man who stole the heart of Maverick Manny. The two are now a pair of lovebirds anyone would envy, or so he thinks. In that reality, the only time they can be called that is during their extravagant dances, and he remains blissfully unaware of her frequent flings, a fact that everyone else on the team has already noticed. What's your deal, Albatross Boss, the leader of the Ocean Outlaws, a gang of hooligans who soar around the skies of a seaside town of imposing size, and taciturn demeanor have won the admiration of many birds, leading to his influence growing by the day. However, the truth is, he's not really thinking of much at all. His silence just happens to be interpreted as a flattering light. His silence happens to be interpreted in a flattering light by those around him. And now we got Booby Bravo, a steadfast senior member of the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang, accustomed to living in a group. They got that weird old-timer rock and roll music happening in the background. Okay, accustomed to living in a group, he's quick to step in and smooth things over whether he hears of a dispute. Whenever he hears of a dispute erupting among the gang's ever-growing ranks, second to none in his loyalty to their leader, he's quick to tell him whenever he finds a promising new feeding ground. Okay, so guess we got Big Boss. He is a subordinate. Okay. Yeah, this will fill out more as we go along. But that will do it for us tonight. I think that's enough, a little bit longer than I was expecting to go, but thank you for whoever dropped by, chatted, lurked, watched, sat back, kicked their feet up, relaxed. And again, thank you for the follow, We a Biscuit. Like I said before, I'm glad you got something out of this whole ordeal. I guess what we can do now... is... see if there's anyone we can raid. Let's see. You know what? Same category. Come on. Let me see. Tell you what. Who do I want to... Who hasn't been going on for too long? Okay, how about this? We got someone by the name of Miss Autobot City, and they appear to be streaming, more Mermaid's Curse. Actually, they're kind of close to the end. So, you know what? We'll go poke our head in and, you know, see what that's all about. So anyway, if I can, I'll try to stream tomorrow, but my brother's coming back, so my time might be occupied with that. But if not, then maybe sometime this week. All right, that'll work. Cool, got it. Everybody understands. But until next time, everybody. Until next time, this is Poncho Smith signing off. And as always, good night, good luck, and I will catch you all in the next one. Later.